Salutations, Legion of Doom. Welcome to Podcast in the Storm, where social awkward outcasts, crazy weirdos, and all our nerds can convene to talk and debate all things pop culture. With me, as always, is my co-host, the Nerdy Occultist, aka the Authenticator, Dalton L. Mortimer.
Hello, everyone.
And I am your host / Time Lord Wannabe, the Brainstorm of Pop Culture. How's everyone doing tonight?
I am doing much better than I was doing previous parts of this week. See, for those that don't know, beginning sometime Wednesday night, I was horribly sick, as in every joint in my body ached. I had a massive headache, and I had a fever that made me fucking freezing the entire, 2 or 3 days. I'm finally beginning to feel better, but I'm still not 100%. So if I'm off my game, or I've been off my game for a while, that's probably why. Because normally it takes me a while to get sick, and then once I get sick, the bottom falls out of the entire shebang for a while there. But the show must go on, so here we are. Although it did make me once again miss my cat again, because she always used to play nursemaid whenever I was sick.
Right. So, for most of this, Dalton sent me most of this, except for the positive thing at the end, because unlike Dalton, I try not to be a miserable bastard all the time.
Well, I mean, someone has to.
Fair enough. But yeah, also, to anyone who will ask or is curious, yes, we'll be covering the D23 stuff next week.
Mm-hmm.
That just kind of, honestly, I didn't even know that was going to happen.
I knew it was going to happen. It still snuck up on me. Although in my defense, I was sick for, like I say, from like Wednesday around midnight through like just now. So
yeah. But yeah, we'll be covering that stuff next week. So don't worry about that. All right. Screen. Yeah, this is from HollywoodReporter.com. Keep in mind, this is on art. This version was sent to me by Dawn via archive, so it may not be as up to date. Like it could.
They might have changed it, but this was the original upload.
Yeah. Okay.
And the only reason we're using the archive is because when I tried to send the original link, it tried to make me sign up for shit, and that's not happening.
Right, and also every time I go to like the Hollywood Reporter itself, it always says the servers are down. Yeah, so I can never get into the official site, which is weird. So yeah, this is from HollywoodReporter.com. A racist backlash to Rings of Power puts Tolkien's legacy into focus. This was written by Richard Newby and published September 2nd, 2022.
Right back in the saddle, and we're already diving deep into the stupid.
Right, so the subheader is the Lord of the Rings series' inclusive casting has sparked social media vitriol from those who insist J.R.R. Tolkien intended Middle Earth to be populated by white characters only. Yet this belief is not only faulty, it misses the spirit of the author entirely, writes the Hollywood Reporter contributor Richard Newby.
No one said, or at least no one informed on Tolkien lore has ever said that Middle Earth was entirely white.
Right.
What those of us who are saying this about this are saying it about is the people of the West, i.e., the western part of Middle Earth, are predominantly white in extraction because they're meant to be takes on Anglo-Saxon culture, ancient British culture, ancient Germanic culture, and ancient fucking Celtic culture. If you wanted to tell a story in Tolkien's Legendarium about people of color, as you would put it, why the fuck didn't you just make a series about the Easterlings? The Easterlings, the people of the East, who are literally of various different cultures and various different colors. That's what they're there for. But no, instead of telling a story about the Easterlings and how the Blue Wizards interacted with the Easterlings, the Blue Wizards we haven't seen hide nor hair of the entire freaking time that Lord of the Rings has been being adapted, and would have given you a perfect opportunity to tell new stories about new characters that would have still thus fit inside the Legendarium. No, you tried to race and gender swap the people of the West, even though the people of the West are supposed to be of Anglo-Saxon, Nordic, Celtic, and ancient British extraction, because your abstract morality and your abstract politicization is more important to you than telling stories that would actually be interesting to be told, even if they would be conducive to those very same principles of yours. Dickhead.
Right. And to my knowledge, the main issue that people were, because the show's already out, right? Right.
Yes.
To my knowledge, the main issue is that people. Hello, Ed Brewer.
Yeah, we gained an Ed. Hi, Ed.
Covering something stupid like always. Um. Was mainly the lack of effort put into the show. Like again, more technical stuff was complained about.
Yeah, and the fact that nobody seems to have cared at all about the actual lore, or like the actual, for lack of a better word, themes that Tolkien intended to for the story to have, because he basically intended it to be a unifying modern mythology for the British Isles and for British culture in general, and to be a story about how the bygone days of Eldritch Wonder were lost, and how that was sad, and how mechanization and modernization and technology got in the way of nature's various wonders, or the age of, magic and wonder and whatnot. But instead, you took this story about how magic and wonder are dying and nature being spoiled by technology is a bad thing, and tried to turn it into a progressive utopia. Do you perhaps see why that's diametrically fucking opposed by darlings?
Right. Right, so we should actually probably get to the actual article.
Yes, go on, please.
Right. All right. For a time, it seemed as though a great shadow had passed over the world and then faded, still present, though not quite as ominous. There were those who could definitely believe they were seeing progress. A fantasy, perhaps, but not one without value. Yet, there were those who sought the cover of that shadow to hide from their own insecurities, failings, uselessness. Okay, so you have to put an and there.
They're being poetic because they're trying to make parallels between this and Tolkien, is what they're trying to do.
I know, but it doesn't excuse poor grammar.
No, it doesn't.
I don't really have anything to say to that.
Okay, I do, and this is the simple, and this is, but I'm gonna wait until we actually get to the end of the poetic part.
Right. So, okay. Yeah, that's fair. They could not conceive of the endless potential of progress. Miserable little trolls left stewing in their own ugly ignorance and hatred, who sought regression but proved too incompetent to succeed, even when emboldened by the lies from their weakened leader. Oh my god, this guy's a fucking dick.
Oh, god damn it. Go on.
No, that was, I think that's the end of the poetic part.
Okay. This is the fundamental issue you're having here. Progress is not a positive force in Tolkien's mythos, you dickhead. progress is progress is the thing that causes the death of wonder and nature in Tolkien's mythos. That's why both Sauron, previously known as Myron, the strongest of the Maiar, and Kurumo, aka Saruman, were Maiar of Aule the Smith, the creator of all mechanical technology. Sauron's whole shtick within Tolkien's Legendarium was using technology to scour nature and to make the world more orderly. Because this is the fundamental difference between Melkor, the first Dark Lord of Middle-earth, and Sauron, the second Dark Lord of Middle-earth, who was his apprentice. Melkor was just a spoiled, rotten brat and a surrogate for the devil, and he wanted to create new life, but Daddy Erwin aka God within the context of the Legendarium, wouldn't give him the power to make life from scratch, so he decided that if he couldn't make life from scratch, he was just going to use what power he did have to distort and corrupt things that already existed and turn them into his various new forms of life. Sauron, on the other hand, who once was known as Myron when he was still persona grata within the realms of the Maiar, wanted to create a world of pure efficiency and pure logic, and was willing to take power in order to do so. And then along comes Melkor, twisting his desire for efficiency into a desire for hard mechanical progress. Do you see now where you perhaps have fucked up? And just to belabor the point even more, because I'm beginning to think this person might not get it if I just leave it there. On the other hand, though, you had people like Galadriel and Olorin, aka Gandalf, whose main motivations were nostalgia for the years of the trees, i.e., when the two trees of Valinor still existed and when nature was unspoiled, which was also when the actual trees, led by the Ents, were organically breeding with one another most freely. That's another reason why they were called the Years of the Trees. So on one hand, you had Sauron wanting to use technology and order to make everything more logical and more efficient, and was willing to kill things if necessary in order to make that happen. And then you had Galadriel and Gandalf, who were nostalgic for the Years of the Trees when nature was wondrous and unspoiled, and the light of divinity still shone on the world. Do you see this dichotomy? This dichotomy that is baked core into Tolkien's entire Legendarium. Do you see why you have this completely ass backwards? Because what you said implied that progress would be a good thing. What you said implied that you prioritize progress because you consider it to be a good thing. But the problem you have with Tolkien's Legendarium, my dear, is that Tolkien considered progress to be a sign of magic and wonder and the unspoiled beauty and divinity of nature dying. Tolkien considered over mechanization and over technologicalization to be a sign of nature being slowly spoiled and magic slowly dying from the world. That's why, again, the two strongest villains within the context of Lord of the Rings were Sauron and Saruman, both of whom were Maiar of the Valar known as Aule the Smith, who was the archangel or god within the context of Tolkien's mythos of technology. That's why Saruman, for example, scours the trees around Isengard during Lord of the Rings, and it's why Sauron's whole shtick is, I'm gonna have my orcs build giant fuck off machines. That's also why, if you remember the end of the book, Saruman goes to scour the Shire, i.e., rip apart all its natural beauty and build giant fuck-off machines and smokestacks in their place. Because his power as a Maiar, because all the wizards are Maiar, is to create technology. And again, technology and progress, as you would define it, is the opposite of what Tolkien considered to be a good thing. Tolkien's whole legendarium is about nostalgia for bygone days of unspoiled nature and unspoiled divinity, unspoiled wonder and unspoiled magic, being slowly but surely corrupted by technical proficiency and societal quote-unquote progress. But you people see progress as a virtue and you see unspoiled nature to be oppressive. This is exactly why this doesn't work for you, because Tolkien's framework is directly diametrically opposed to your fucking framework, you idiots. Moving on. Okay, Brainstormer just texted me and said he'd be right back, so I will just have to I would just have to fill the dead air whilst we're waiting. And I guess the best way to do it would be songs from The Hobbit, because why not? The greatest adventure is what lies ahead. Today and tomorrow are yet to be said. The chances, the changes are always there. The moment of the back is in your hands today. Okay, he's still not back yet. God damn it. Okay, responding to something that Ed said. The thing is, Ed, if they wanted to tell stories about people of color within Tolkien's mythos, and they wanted to tell stories about my historical oppression and this, that, and the other, there is room to tell those stories within the context of Tolkien. Again, but it would be in the east of Middle Earth, because the way Middle Earth is set up is that the western parts of Middle Earth, the west of Middle Earth, is symbolic of the Nordic, the Celtic, the Saxon, and the British parts of culture, whereas the eastern parts of Middle Earth are symbolic of basically everything else. So you can throw just about anything else into the east of Middle Earth you want. There was even a sort of overarching title for the people of the East called the Easterlings, that implied that they were sort of everything else. With again, Easterlings. And the thing about the Easterlings is the Easterlings are the descendants of the men who were first misled by Morgoth or Melkor, who again was the first Dark Lord of Tolkien's mythos.
I'm back.
And therefore they were constantly being oppressed by the fact that they were tricked by Melkor. So if you wanted to tell a people of color centric story within the context of Middle Earth, you could have told it using the Easterlings. If you wanted to tell a story about people rising up from oppression, you also could have done it using the Easterlings. But instead of telling a story that would have made sense to tell within the context of Tolkien's lore by using the Easterlings and the two blue wizards who helped liberate the Easterlings within the context of Tolkien's mythos, two characters that we've almost never seen in either of the adaptations previously, and tell a new story still within the context of the lore and still could have fit all their boxes, they went and distorted stories that already existed. ironically, just like fucking Melkor, because his curse was that he couldn't create anything from scratch on his own, so he had to go and corrupt everything else that everyone else had made. Anyway, yeah, moving on.
Right. Okay. 1 second. Um, yeah. Sorry, I was helping get groceries in. Alright, yeah. I could, bad to be article. I could very easily be discussing Middle Earth, but I'm not. What I'm discussing is our very real world, and social media as an extension of that world. The past week, I've been bombarded with messages of hate, called the N-word, told to go back to Africa, and called on to be executed.
My dear, once again, you cannot be discussing Tolkien's lore with that poetic gobbledygook, no matter how clever you think you're being for that, because, as I just went into great detail to explain, in Tolkien's mythos, progress is synonymous with evil, and
Yeah.
and, and unspoiled nostalgic divinity and purity of nature is synonymous with good. So you have directly flipped the moral compass of Tolkien's mythos without even realizing you're doing it.
I don't.
Moving on.
I don't think that's what he's talking about.
No, but it's how he framed his poetic opening, and since that's what he's referring to, the problem is, in order for his argument to make sense, Tolkien's mythos would have to be pointed the exact opposite way it's currently pointing. And it isn't. Tolkien's story is about the nostalgia of unspoiled nature and unspoiled divinity and unspoiled wonder. And progress and technology and mechanization and modernization were considered to be the evils of that. So, in order for this version of Tolkien to make the one you're preaching to make sense, progress would have to be a good thing. And it categorically is not. Nostalgia is the good force within Tolkien's mythos. Progress is considered the evil corruptive force within Tolkien's mythos. Moving on.
Okay. Alright, so what I'm discussing is our very real world, and social media as an extension of that world. For the past week, I've been bombarded with messages of hate, called the N-word, told to go back to Africa, and called on to be executed. The reason? The Lord of the Rings. It would almost be laughable if it wasn't so profoundly sad. A wealth of stories and a willingness to believe in wizards, balrogs, giant spiders, and magical swords that allow people of color to exist in Middle-earth. Well, that is an affront to all that's good and decent.
They do! They just...
Hold on! At least, that's the primary argument for these ruinous trolls apparently review bombing and harassing fans of color over Amazon's Rings of Power series.
God damn it. They do... People of color, if you want to call them that, do exist in Middle-earth. They just don't exist in the part of Middle-earth you want them to exist in. And so you're having to distort and alter the actual lore in order to make your version of the story viable. And that is what people are objecting to more than anything. If you wanted to tell a story that involves people of color within Tolkien's mythos, just tell a story about the Easterlings and the two blue wizards redeeming them from Melkor's influence over the centuries, which they did off screen during the events of The Lord of the Rings, and it would be a perfectly justifiable story to tell if you just knew enough about The Lord of the Rings and cared enough about the individual lore of The Lord of the Rings to actually pay attention to the part that you're ignoring. If you want to tell a story about people of color, just tell it about the Easterlings, goddammit. All we're saying is, don't stick people of color in a place where they categorically are not right now. Tell the story about the characters that you can tell the story about, the story that also hasn't been told yet, It would be nice to see it told. But that would require you actually caring about Tolkien's mythos as a means, as an end in and of itself, rather than just as a means to a socio-political and moral gobbledygook end. God damn it.
No.
Yeah.
Also, hello, Dragon Turtle. We're currently covering, what's it called again? Racist backlash to Rings of Power puts Tolkien's legacy into focus. Stupid stuff, as usual, you know.
The person in question has already completely reversed the logical parameters of Tolkien's mythos by saying that progress is a good force. And in Tolkien's mythos particularly, that is not the case. In Tolkien's mythos particularly, the force of good is considered the force of nostalgia that looks back wistfully on unspoiled nature and unspoiled wonder and unspoiled divinity. And progress and mechanization and modernization are considered to be the negative force that corrupts and despoils those things. So that is my main cut and thrust of argument for this. That and the fact that there are actually people of color in Tolkien's mythos, they're just not in the part of Middle Earth known as the West. So if they actually wanted to tell a story about people of color in Tolkien's mythos, they would be talking about the Easterlings, but nobody seems to fucking mention the Easterlings ever, for some reason.
Alright, enough?
Yes.
Okay. Excuse me. Sorry. I've been a fan of J.R.R. Tolkien's world for almost as long as I can remember. I grew up watching Rankin and Bassett, The Hobbit from 1997, and The Return of the King 1980 on repeat. When it was time for school book fairs, I was the class early adopter of Tolkien's works. Not just The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings, but The Silmarillion, Unfinished Tales, and The History of Middle-earth. I did my 5th grade biography report on C.S. Lewis and his friendship with Tolkien. When Ralph Bakshi's The Lord of the Rings, 1978, was re-released on VHS, my mom took me to the store to buy it on the day it was released.
So why don't you know a thing about how progress is a negative force in Tolkien's mythos? And why don't you know about the Easterlings? Why aren't you advocating for simply more goddamn Easterling stories, rather than co-opting and corrupting Westerner stories within the context of the mythos? If you truly know about Lord of the Rings and Tolkien's Legendarium, it would be child's play for you to point out, why aren't we just telling a story about the Easterlings? It would be child's play for you to point out that progress is not a positive force within Tolkien's mythos. But instead, everything is a means to a socio-political and moral end because of social justice. And this is exactly the problem. You prioritize your personal morality over the in-universe logic or the already established metaphysics of Tolkien's mythos. And therefore, no matter how big a fan of it you are, you can't follow simple logical parameters of this is what is established within the lore, this is how the lore works, why am I not advocating for this thing that makes sense within the lore? Because, again, I will point out, there are entire untold stories regarding the two blue wizards, Alatar and Palando, and their efforts to redeem and save the Easterlings from the influence of Melkor. But instead of advocating for Amazon to spend billions of dollars telling that story, a story that would make sense to be told, would work in the mythos, and is a story that hasn't been told yet, you're advocating that they co-opt the stories that have already been told, or the stories that have only been half told, for social justice reasons. And that's where I'm pissed off with you. You're pulling a Melkor, is what I'm gonna say to you. Because just as Melkor pouted when Erwin Iluvatar wouldn't give him the power of the flame imperishable so that he could create his own life from scratch, you are looking at all the parts of Middle Earth that don't have a thing to do with people of color and insisting that people of color be inserted into them haphazardly for no fucking reason, even though the Easterlings and the two blue wizards are sitting right there to be adapted and never having been adapted, and you could have easily told the good story out of them. God damn it.
Moving on.
Yes.
Okay. In middle school, I spent my bus rides listening to The Lord of the Rings on audio cassettes. When Peter Jackson's The Lord of the Rings came out, the films defined my adolescence as much as Star Wars and Sam Raimi's Spider-Man. Fellowship of the Ring was the first DVD I ever owned. I collected every single Burger King goblet and played every video game despite being admittedly terrible at most of them. I say all of this not to cast myself as an expert on all things Middle Earth, but to paint the picture that this world of fantasy is an inherent part of me, as key to my makeup as DNA. So why wouldn't I be able to feel the joy of seeing people who resemble me within Middle Earth? What makes me less deserving of this pop culture heritage?
Why don't you already know that they're already there? Is my question. If you're such a Tolkien expert, then why the fuck am I having to scream at the top of my lungs for the third time in this article about the fucking Easterlings again? It's not that they're not there. It's not that they're not in Middle Earth. It's just that they're not geographically in the part of Middle Earth that you're focusing on. God damn it. And you would know that if you know all this shit about Tolkien. You know what the Easterlings are. You know what the two blue wizards are. You should easily be advocating for telling the story about how Alatar and Palando went over and saved the Easterlings from the clutches of Melkor. But instead of that, you're advocating for just shoving palette swaps into the part of Middle Earth that has nothing to do with people of color. There's an entire half of Middle Earth that's all people of color all the time, and it's even an oppressor-oppressed story because it's Melkor versus the Easterlings. But you couldn't be asked to tell the obvious story that it would make sense for you to tell because you're too busy treating art like a means to an end rather than an end in itself. And it pisses me off.
Alright. Well, we'll see you later, Dragon Troll. Says he's gotta go. He's gonna watch this later because apparently football game's going on.
Okay. I'm a bit annoyed that we're being prioritized under
Well, no, he can't
football.
hear a word above all the football noises. So.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's fine. But yeah. Anyway, yeah. So next.
At this point, I've heard every argument in the book against white cast members. Lenny Henry, Ismael Cruz Cordova. If I say any names wrong, again, I'm sorry. I'm terrible.
He's not good at names, no matter how normal they are.
Cruz Cordova.
Yes, you had it right. You're fine.
Okay, well, this next one I might not. Nazanin Boni Adi.
I think you're close.
Okay, Sarah Zawang Obani. I don't think I'm close to that at all.
Just continue.
Yeah. Maxine Cunliffe. No, Cunliffe. No, there's two F's, so.
And again, he's not being argle flargle largle racist. He's just not good at names.
All right. And Sophia Nomvete shouldn't play Harfoots, elves, dwarves, or even humans in the Middle Earth where Amazon series is set. The most common refrain is that Tolkien didn't include people of color in his stories. Not only is this untrue, as Harfoots are described as having browner skin, but Tolkien didn't often make a point to describe skin color, though he occasionally leaned on the open-ended fairer than.
God damn it. No, he did include people of color, and he did describe people's skin color quite often, especially when they were particularly beautiful or particularly ethereal. But the problem is, he always referenced the um he always referenced the people he did reference the skin color of as being ethereal and pale and fair, because they were because usually when he was describing these, he was either describing the wizards or he was describing the elves. And the freaking Numenorian men, the men who were the ancestors of both the Rohirrim and the Gondorians, are described as almost elf-like in their bearings, therefore also pale. However, however, once again, I want to point out that the people of color you are looking for are to be found in Tolkien's mythos. They're just found in the goddamn East, not in the West, and not among Dorian folk and not among the elves, but among the men of the East. Damn it. It's not that hard. You could even perhaps get away with casting Alatar and Palando, the two blue wizards, as people of color, since they were supposed to fuck off into the east to help save help save the Easterlings from Melkor's influence. If you wanted to, especially because they're Maiar and they can shapeshift. But you can't get away with throwing random black dwarves and elves into existence, because that goes against how the elves and the dwarves are always described. And given that these two races were made from scratch, and therefore have only had so long to breed within the context of the Second Age, which is when the story is set, there's no reason why they would be of any kind of mixed race. But again, there are people of color in Tolkien's mythos. They're just in the eastern part of Middle-earth. They're not in the West, they are in the East. Tell the story about the Easterlings, please. This wouldn't break the lore at all and would be a perfectly justifiable story to tell. But of course, you're not going to tell the story that it makes sense to tell and would actually fit your parameters organically. You're going to corrupt the story that doesn't make sense to tell and that don't fit your parameters organically, because you apparently take the same approach to creation as does Melkor, the ostensible freaking devil of the mythos, by the way. Moving on.
Yep. Okay. Give me a second. Yet there remains the idea that because Tolkien sought to create an English mythology, that he intended Middle-earth to be prized of only of white people. This ignores hold on. This ignores the individuals of color who have populated England throughout its history, and that the first modern Britons had dark skin based on DNA evidence taken from the Cheddar Man, a 10,000-year-old skeleton discovered in 1903. How's that?
And
How is that even relevant?
And you are ignoring the fact that he specified that fair-skinned people existed primarily in the West, and that the people of the East were swarthy, dark-skinned people. I.e., if you want people of color to exist in Middle-earth, good news for you, my love, they do. They just happen to exist in a geographically different region than the region in which you are, for some reason, wholly interested. And once again, I will remind everyone, for the people in the cheap seats, the story of Alatar and Palando, the two blue wizards, redeeming the Easterlings from Melkor's wrath, is a story that has never been told within the context of Tolkien's mythos before, and B, is perfect fodder for social justicizing, because it's a cast of entirely people of color, and it's a story about oppressors and oppressed. So it would be perfect for the social justice types if they wanted to actually tell a meaningful and consistent within the lore story. but because they aren't interested in actually telling a consistent and within the lore story, and they just want to treat art like a means to an end rather than an end in itself, they are going to do what Melkor would do and just co-opt and distort anything they can get their hands on instead of actually telling a story that would be meaningful to be told and wouldn't break the lore and would satisfy all their various little bugaboos. Moving on.
Right. And while there's no sense in speculating on the reactions of a dead man who could not possibly fathom the 21st century by the time of his death in 1973, Tolkien was...
you did.
Hold on. Tolkien was notably anti-racist even for the time period.
But that doesn't mean that he would subscribe to your ideologies. You see, you once again can't tell the difference between a general position on a given subject and the ideologies that you are attempting to append to that. Also, are you seriously telling me there's such a vast gulf between 1973 and 2022 that Tolkien, the man who was apparently well read enough to have actually worked on archaeological digs and to have written actual history books for academics when he was still alive, and who traveled the world fighting in World War I, by the way, are you honestly telling me that you think that it's acceptable to imply that Tolkien was so backwards and primitive that he couldn't have foreseen where the world was going in 1973? You idiots. You absolute idiots. You are implying that Tolkien, the man who wrote a book series and created a universe that is still relevant now as it was the day he wrote it, is so primitive that he couldn't conceive of the difference between 1973 and 2022. Never mind that he was friends with people like George Orwell, who were very, very good at that exact thing. Never mind that he was friends with C.S. Lewis, who was very, very good at that exact thing. Never mind all of this. Never mind his years of life experience, his many, many academic degrees, his oodles and oodles of academic experience and real life experience. You just implied that Tolkien was an idiot and backwards and set in his ways, even though you're now going to make an argument that's contingent on him not being those things. You evil assholes. And yes, I'm using the word evil because it is appropriate in this context, because you are fitting Tolkien's exact definition of evil right now. Moving on.
Right, okay. Okay. Biographers have noted Tolkien was very much opposed to the Aryan ideology popularized by the Nazis and colonialism in South Africa. While there are those, as a number of Twitter accounts have sought to remind me, who believe works are intended to be Tolkien's perspective on people of color, there's no evidence from Tolkien's writing or life to justify that, as opposed to, for instance, the wide array of evidence that speaks to the racism of his contemporary H.P. Lovecraft in both his writing and personal life. Okay, well now you just go, what the fuck?
Yeah, no, I can't. There aren't enough fuck yous to deal with the whole Lovecraft scenario right now. But
well, and again, just briefly cover, because we've talked about it before ad nauseum, is Lovecraft was a misanthrope. Pretty much, he didn't like anyone.
He hated everyone because he had crippling levels of obsessive compulsive disorder, anxiety, and agoraphobia. Because his father was a mental patient and his mother likely had what we would now refer to as histrionic personality disorder. So he hated everyone and only was more freaked out by people who didn't look like him because they had different aspects that made it more likely that he would find them more unlike himself. He didn't like anyone. He was afraid of everyone and everything. And it was his attempts to deal with that fear that resulted in his mythos.
I also want to point out the ones that kind of talk about the whole orcs as people of color bullshit are kind of the same people who have the same ideology and beliefs that this guy does, that this writer of this article has.
Yeah, also, I want to point this out again. One, from the fact that Tolkien disavowed the Nazis, and from several of his other writings, we can confirm that he didn't see races or identities as collectives. He saw them as individuals. One. Two, if you can say that he viewed his characters in some way as an allegory for how he saw other races, then the people of color in his mythos are not the orcs, but the Easterlings. So even if we're supposed to go with the argument that his characters were somehow related to how he saw actual people, the people who are the most analogous to, or the characters that are the most analogous to how he saw people of color, are the Easterlings, not the orcs. The orcs were distorted elves. Does he think that white people are elves? No, he does not, because he explicitly separated the white people, i.e., the men of Numenor, from the elves. They are two separate races entirely. Thus, we can confirm that if Tolkien was trying to pull a racial allegory, which he categorically was not doing because he's on record on literal videotape in some of the earliest video interviews we have of any author, to say that he doesn't like allegories and metaphors as they apply to storytelling. He literally explicitly said that. He doesn't like allegories and metaphors as applied to storytelling. So trying to make any allegory from Tolkien is in and of itself folly, because Tolkien explicitly said he didn't like allegories. But even if we're supposed to take some sort of racial allegory in defiance of this common knowledge from Tolkien, the people we're supposed to analogize would be people of color and the Easterlings, not people of color and the orcs, or people of or white people and the elves, but white people are thereby analogized to the men of Numenor, and people of color would thereby be analogized not to the orcs, but to the Easterlings again. Once again, I hate to be this broken record, but once again, 90% of your argument can be refuted by the simple and logical existence of the Easterlings in Middle-earth. God damn it. Moving on.
Okay. But here's the thing. Even though Tolkien's early 20th century progressiveness was not analogous to the progressive attitudes of today, it has no bearing on an adaptation or extension of his works. Things changed. The movies and television released in 1954, when The Fellowship of the Ring came out, obviously looked very different in terms of casting choices than what we see today. As such, Rings of Power looks different from Peter Jackson's films from 20 years ago. Systems adapt. People formally denied opportunities to showcase their talent or afford the spotlight in which they can and do earn it.
But again, the point you're missing is nothing having to do with any sort of abstract adaptational logic. The point you're missing is that this is world breaking within the context of the actual in-universe logic. Nobody cares about the external logic of the real world or the logic of today or how it's different from when Tolkien wrote it or when Peter Jackson made the movies or we're all subservient in some ways. Even Tolkien in his later life admitted that he didn't make some changes because he felt that people were already fond of the lore as it already existed. So even Tolkien in his later life admitted that even he was subservient to the thing he had created, because Tolkien was an intelligent human being capable of being self-aware and whatnot. But you people appear to have completely forgotten this thing we call in-universe logic. And by the in-universe logic, the people of color belong in the east of Middle-earth. The people of the west are the people of Nordic, Celtic, Saxon, Norman, and British analogy or abstraction, basically. These are the cultures that Tolkien intended for his men of the West to be built upon. If you want to tell the story about people of color in Tolkien's Middle-earth, that's fine. Go eastward. Fuck off to the east. No one will think any the less of you, and in fact, if you actually did the smart thing and tell a story about the East and how the men of the East were saved by the Blue Wizards Alatar and Palando, I guarantee you 90% of hardcore Tolkien fans would be singing your praises right now. But instead of doing this incredibly sensible and universally logical thing, you are post hoc rationalizing why there should be people of color in the western part of Middle-earth, even though the entire east of Middle-earth is all people of color all the time, and have just been sitting there for decades waiting to be adapted by someone who gave a shit. God damn it.
Westeroth and Easteroth, says Jonah Arts.
Yeah, okay. But anyway, let's move on again. Sorry.
Audiences of color who have been asked to and excelled at empathizing with white people throughout the history of visual media can wish to see themselves on screen and see those wishes valid. Okay, what the?
Identities are not teams. People empathize with people as individuals. They don't empathize with people as collectives.
Right, again, Spanish dude, sort of here, hodgepodge dude, really.
Yeah, Spanish interracial dude.
Yeah, my favorite my one of my favorite like comic book characters ever is Spawn, who is a black man. Granted, that's never really been a factor that I care about.
And also, to be fair, his skin is usually missing.
Or charred beyond.
Because hell spawn, but that's neither here nor there.
Fantasy wise, to be fair, I haven't read a lot of fantasy lately.
I've been trying to get him into Dresden Files, but he's dragging his feet on it.
To be fair, I've been busy with a lot of projects that we ourselves are working on. So
yes, and just for the record, one of the very first characters we introduce in our comic that we're writing is a person of color, for lack of a better word. So
right.
There.
Yes. Anyway, I mean, the only one I can really think of is what's his name? Well, there's Percy Jackson, and he's technically Greek.
Yeah, the racial makeup of the demigods in the Percy Jackson universe are kind of who cares at that point, because every race other than God is inferior in the context of that universe.
Right. Either way.
To put it in a genetic sense, divinity is a dominant allele by very obvious reasons.
But yeah, I really like that. Not Bruce Jackson himself. I mean, he's cool and all. It's just, I was always a fan of his friend Grover, who is a satyr. Just the story.
Grover's cool.
Yeah, I mean, the guy becomes basically the successor to Pan in the end, I believe. I've read those books like in 2012, so my memory might not be the best at remembering.
I never actually read them. My first guy crush was really big into them once, but
Uh,
that's basically the only reason why I remember that. And ironically,
those came out,
after
you would have been in college, right?
what?
When those came out, you would either be in high school or college, right?
I was in high school by the time the last one came out.
I think I was in middle school.
Yeah. But after watching the first movie based on it, I did write a story about a wizard and demigod who became best friends. And I did loosely base the demigod character on that same guy who I liked in high school, who liked them.
Oh
But
my god.
but funnily enough, I did that without even realizing that he really liked those. And then he told me that he liked those books, and I almost died laughing internally.
All right. Anyway,
But that's neither here nor there. Point being is people have the capacity to empathize with people who don't resemble them in demographic senses. And here's the other thing. The other thing is, even if you want to play the demographics or identities game, even if you want to play that game, the identities that are more important to people tend to be the identities that people choose to identify with because it's in some way reflective about who they are internally, not just externally, i.e., it's more important that a character resemble someone in terms of skills, in terms of background, in terms of interest, in terms of life experience, in terms of occupation. Those are the kinds of things that people find more relatable than demographics. I.e., I am a practicing occultist, and I've been a practicing occultist for 16 years. So, unsurprisingly, I love me some magic users. And therefore, it doesn't matter what racial or gender demographics a character exists in. If they're a magic user, and a pretty badass magic user at that, I probably gonna find them relatable and interesting, like John Constantine, like Stephen Strange, like speaking of characters that don't really fit demographic wise, a Nazi from Milestone, who may or may not have just been made up for the static TV show, but was still awesome.
he was really cool actually. Like he was a really cool character.
Yeah, every time a Nazi showed up on Static, I cheered. But that's exactly my point. The identities that people find meaningful are not the demographic identities they occupy, but the identities that actually have something to do with their internal makeup as people. The skills they have, the interests they choose to identify with, and so on.
I just realized something about a Nazi.
Hmm.
And I'm gonna sound like a fucking idiot because I never picked this up before. He looks like Zorro.
Yes.
I never noticed that until now.
Well, because a lot of the classic pulp heroes had that same sort of masked Avenger look to them,
if you look at his
he was meant to kind of resemble that sort of masked Avenger, I could say.
right, but if you look like his costume, it legitimately looks like Zorro's costume. You know?
Yeah. But back on point of the article though, because seriously. But my dear, the reason why people of various different demographics are perfectly fine with and had no issue with identifying with people who didn't look like them was because the characters were relatable in other ways, i.e., ways that actually were reflective of the person behind the skin and the demographic. And B, people don't necessarily have to identify with characters based on demographics, because demographics and identities are not teams. People don't necessarily have to think in terms of collectives. In fact, most people don't. Most people identify with characters based on the character's individual merits. That's why, while there may be dozens and dozens and dozens of white male characters in any given universe, not every white man is going to identify with every single character. For example, while Brainstormer has dragged me kicking and screaming into liking this character more than I previously did, I never identified with Superman really growing up. I always preferred characters like Batman, or in my case in particular, Dr. Fate, or the various other magical user characters, because that was more reflective of me personally. Despite the fact that there are so many characters who happen to be white and male, I guarantee you that if you walked into a room full of genuine nerds and asked them who their favorite characters were, you might get some characters more represented than other characters, but I would wager you'd get a bunch of people preferring different characters. And you'd even get people who were white and male liking characters who were not white or male. For example, Zatanna. A lot of people have a lot of love and a lot of nice things to say about Zatanna. And yes, some of that might be due to the fact that she's hot. But a lot of people like Zatanna for her character more so than they do the fact that she's just hot. Because there are a lot of hot characters as well, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're well-liked characters. For example, you couldn't get a more heterosexually attractive character probably than Stripperella, but she's very rarely, if ever, anyone's favorite character.
I barely. I see her pop up every now and then in stuff, but not like people mention her. But I barely remember watching that show when it was on.
Yeah, but that's my point. People don't think in terms of identities, and people don't think in terms of collectives. People judge characters on their own individual merits and things that they personally, on an individual basis, can relate to individually, based on their individual identities, not their collective ones. Moving on.
Yeah. I do not want to be here for another 2 hours on just this article.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If anything,
we still have Movie Bob to do, and that's going to take forever.
Oh, that's not. No, we're not doing that yet.
Well, yeah, but I mean, that video is one of the ones we're doing today. So.
Oh. I thought we were saving that. Okay.
Well, you said 3 Lord of the Rings based ones. So this.
Sorry, not She-Hulk one there by accident. Shit.
Yeah, this, Bob's, and the trailer.
Okay, I'll fix that later. Anyway. If anything, Rings of Power has an opportunity to be more inclusive in future seasons, while the cast features Black, Latino, MENA, and Pacific Island actors. There is, as of now, a lack of Asian performers, which actor Ludi Lin noted last year. Ludi Lin?
God damn it. Again, why the fuck do you care, for one thing? And for another thing, there are people of color aplenty and various different kinds of them in the east of Middle Earth. Tell a story relating to the Easterlings, please.
Right. Moving on?
Yes.
Okay. Chinese-British executive producer and director of the majority of the first season, Wayne Yip, showcases behind-the-scenes diversity in that regard, but there is obviously room to grow in front of the cameras as well. I haven't seen the show, Dawn, have you?
Rings of Power?
Yeah.
Yes.
General thoughts?
It's dull and lifeless and technically unproficient if you're not interested in the lore, and it's rage-inducing if you are interested in the lore.
Okay, technical level.
It's about on par with Sandman, despite having 3 times the budget of Sandman adaptation did.
So kind of lacking creativity. Like it tries, but it fails.
No, like it's barely competently rendered, but it doesn't have enough scope or scale to justify itself.
Hmm.
Despite the fact that they spent like $120 million on the first two episodes, it looks about on par with, like I say, the Sandman, which was like 30 million for the first two episodes.
I will never understand that. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pointing. I'm asking because obviously they're saying for diversity's sake, but does that affect? Is that qualitative? Does that help the actual show, or is it just
No, it's boring. It's
yeah?
it's it's boring, and it, in terms of the visuals, they look about on par with like a PS3 video game render, pretty much.
Are we talking like Kingdom Hearts or something else?
Something like Witcher 3 or something like that.
Witcher 3 was like PS4 actually.
Okay, but yeah, like the visuals are around about the same level as like the most recent God of War or uh Witcher 3.
So technically good for a video game.
I mean, it's a show, not a video game, so that should tell you something, but
Yeah, which is why I added for a video game. So
it's like the most I can say for the backgrounds of the Rings of Power is that everything is rendered effectively, but
that's
it means absolutely nothing. The backgrounds are mostly just empty space, and they don't even bother filling them with things.
I,
And you can't visually tell the difference between the various different locations.
right, anyway. Um,
Moving on.
Actually, I'm sorry. One more question: the color grading.
I mean, it's okay. It's not as good as Lord of the Rings was, or even as good as The Hobbit was.
All right. Anyway, moving on. Ultimately,
Like I say, it's about on par with Sandman, Netflix Sandman.
let's be real here. The vast majority of the cast is still white, and the characters that audiences will recognize from Jackson films are still played by white actors. Okay, I don't. The
Why
only,
do you care?
right, the only reason folks have to complain about the cast choices is purely a result of bigotry, despite attempts to cover their own asses with claims of bad acting and not enough experience. Fuck
No.
you condescending jackass.
Yeah, no. You have that completely backwards. You are trying to cover the ass of the lack of quality and the lack of skill with moral accusations like argo flargo blargo racism. But no matter how moral something might be, my dove, if it's not meritocratic, i.e., if it's not qualitative, if it's not any good, if it's not qualitatively and meritocratically good, then no amount of moral goodness is going to cover its ass. Because here's the thing, I know art schools in general and journalism schools in general are told to view art as nothing but a means to an end and only a end in the abstract of like the like moral and socio-political abstract. But in most people's opinions, the means to an end aspect of art is secondary to whether or not the quality actually exists, i.e., if it has any value in and of itself. And unfortunately, my dove, there is no value in and of itself contained within the Rings of Power. The only argument you can make is an argument in the abstract, i.e., it's morally good and therefore we should just accuse it for being shit. Well, no. The answer is no. No amount of moral goodness will cover for the ass of the fact that this is shit. And the fact that you can't tell the difference between someone criticizing something based on meritocratic grounds and someone criticizing it based on moral grounds is very much a problem in and of itself. Your morality is not the end all and be all of everything, my dear. No one's is. Morality has no place in art other than as a secondary add on, maybe. Moving on.
Right. Okay. Yeah. All right. What the discourse over Rings of Power has made clear is we're living with the rationalization of racism. People who constantly consume corporate media to give their little smooth brains some character, while boosting profile pictures from popular IP, are now crying that fans of Rings of Power are supporting the evil ethics of Amazon and Jeff Bezos. No, that's you fuckers.
Yeah, again, we don't care. Those of us who are actual fans don't really care so much about morality. We care about quality, like meritocracy. The craft, to put it in Tolkienian terms, we care about the craftsmanship on display, and there just isn't any here. And to what extent there is any, it's in the inverse, because it's actively getting in the way of things that made Tolkien's original work good. Like, for example, you could have just told the story about the Easterlings, but instead of telling a story about the Easterlings, you decided to throw people of color where they geographically didn't belong within universe. And you're surprised that anyone noticed, even though your entire enterprise was contingent upon them noticing. You just want you just wanted them to notice and be universally praising you. Well, unfortunately, if you make something worth noticing, some people might not have positive things to say about that thing you insisted on them noticing. Where you insisted on them noticing the diversity, and several people went, wait, that doesn't make any sense with it based on the in-universe logic or the quality of Tolkien's actual work. Moving on.
Right. Okay. The so-called Tolkien purists are using Jackson's films as armor to support all-white casting, despite the fact that Jackson and co-writers Fran Walsh and Philippa Boyens, again, if I said the name wrong, I am so sorry, made many significant changes to Tolkien's novels when adapting them to film, including playing with the timeline and adding new characters, just like Rings of Power.
That's because most of the actual Tolkien purists are not even bothering to cite the movies. They're bothering to cite the actual lore, as in the Silmarillion, the Unfinished Tales, the History of Middle Earth, and etc. The very things that you said that you used to read when you were a little kid. Well, maybe you should brush up on your lore and understand why I'm angry that we're not seeing any Easterlings and are instead seeing unnecessary amounts of people of color in the West where they shouldn't be. Moving on. Brainstormer. Hello. Middle Earth Brainstormer. Are you muted? Or are you just not there? One moment. Sorry, folks. Technical difficulties.
Sorry. I was just grabbing the movie bomb video real quick.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry. All right, moving on. And of course, there's the tried and true argument. People of color should make their own stories instead of inserting themselves in existing worlds, which again presumes that we don't already exist within those worlds and that they would support those stories if we did. Oh,
And
fuck
again,
you, cocksucker.
again, identities are not teams. People don't generally think in terms of collectives, and the fact that you think they should is more a factor of your philosophical framework than your identity. Two, several people who are actual Tolkien fans would easily be able to tell you that there are already people of color in Tolkien's mythos. They're just not geographically in the western part of Middle Earth. They are the Easterlings, as in the people of the East. Please go there and tell a story relating to those characters if you want to tell a story within Tolkien's mythos that has to do with people of color. The entire eastern half of Middle Earth is there for you to tell that story. And you could even tell a oppressor-oppressed story with it because you have Melkor corrupting the men of the East, and then Alatar and Palando, the two blue wizards who we don't often see in the mainline story, redeeming them from Melkor's grasp. If you were at all interested in actually telling a story relating to people of color in Tolkien's mythos, and not just weaponizing art as a means to an end rather than an end in itself, you would be telling the story of the two blue wizards redeeming the Easterlings from Melkor's
But
grasp.
also, just kind of going the opposite end of that. What's wrong with making new stories? Don't get me wrong. I've said this before. It's like obviously, so everything's already been told, and the best you can do is take the elements and ideas of others and have them help inspire.
Well, because they wanted to play in the Tolkien sandbox is
No,
what
I
in
understand
this
that.
instance
I
was.
understand that, but still, it's like you're shooting down the. It's just the way he said it. It sounded like you're shooting down the argument of all of making new stories too.
Well, it's because for the purposes of this universe, no one has ever actually made an adaptation of the story of the Easterlings or the adventures of the two blue wizards. So this would be basically a clean artistic slate for them to make a new story within Tolkien's universe that wouldn't be world breaking and would fit perfectly within a part of the lore we haven't already addressed. That's what I'm saying. If you want an opportunity to tell new stories about people of color and that wouldn't break the world and would fit perfectly within the mythos, there's a giant gaping hole in the middle of the eastern part of the map that you could easily tell that story in. Like the stage is already set and the toys are already there for you to tell a new story within this mythos. But they're not interested in telling that new story within this mythos. They're interested in breaking the mythos as it already exists, which is exactly what Melkor does in the context of the universe. Because Daddy wouldn't let him make new things from scratch, so he decided to break all the things that already existed. Because he's literally basically the devil within Middle Earth. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying you want to tell a new story that focuses on people of color and focuses on an oppressor-oppressed story, because of course social justice insists on everything being an oppressor-oppressed story. Fine. The Easterlings are virtually gift wrapped for you,
Yep.
and you already have two wizards to play with within that context as well. So you're not even missing out on like wizards and elves and shit, because the two blue wizards are specifically relating to the East, and no one has ever bothered to tell their story. So it's basically a blank check for you to write any story you want within the context of Tolkien lore, and it wouldn't be lore breaking. But they're more interested in it actually being lore breaking than they are in actually telling a story that it makes sense to tell. Moving on.
Uh, but my favorite, which has been spat at me numerous times, If these projects weren't trying to force diversity and wokeness, then these actors wouldn't have to deal with the racism. Really, they're the ones being used. And all this ultimately means if you didn't exist, didn't have that skin you had, you wouldn't have to suffer. Oh, fuck you!
You ignorant asshole! You have completely ignored the actual point that's being made there. The point being made there, my love, is that there's a difference between the people in question and the ideology. Okay? There's a difference between actual black people or actual people of color, as you want to put it, and the ideology of social justice. You can exist and you are free to exist, just not within that ideology for this particular microsecond. And even if you wanted to tell a story about social justice themes with black people, you're free to go off and do that somewhere else. You're just not free to do it within this mythos because, as I went over in the beginning part of the article, Tolkien's entire like philosophical outlook on Lord of the Rings is nostalgia, wonder, unspoiled nature, and unspoiled divinity are good forces that we should have nostalgia for, and progress, mechanization, technologicalization, and modernization are corruptive, um, limiting forces that destroy unspoiled nature and unspoiled wonder, and therefore are a bad thing. I.e., in this mythos particularly, progress is a bad thing, morally speaking, within the context of the universe.
Right.
Progress bad. And you're trying to tell a progress good story in a universe where progress is categorically bad.
No? No?
Yes.
Like 2 paragraphs left, so.
Yes.
Finally. Okay, I'm making a concentrated effort to keep these matters as light as they possibly can be, to prod at the absurdity of it all. But the reality is that being told you cannot exist in the fantasy world, that you cannot be an elf because you have a fade or a dwarf because the climate wouldn't cultivate dark skin, while also being unable to exist freely in a real world, which every walk through a neighborhood could be your last, or simply going shopping can get you shot and where blinking lights from a cop car are a reason for anxiety is egregious and broken. Okay, one, I live in the inner city, motherfucker. And I told Dalton this, I'm not really going to get into it, but that's for everyone, not just being black, okay? By getting shot when you're going on walks around your neighborhood, okay? And also, I think, to my memory about the dwarf thing, the lady who's playing the dwarf, right?
Yeah.
The major issue people had was apparently she didn't have a beard.
Yes. Because even dwarf women have beards.
Okay.
To the point that that people outside of dwarven culture aren't even sure that there are female dwarves because female dwarves and male dwarves look so similar that it's hard to tell the difference between them.
Right. And what else was I going to say? There are stories, again, and like Don has been saying about the Easterlings, but there are stories that are based prominently on African and Black culture related to fantasy. I can't think of the top. To be fair, I haven't looked into fantasy genre in years, so I can't name them off the top of my head, unfortunately.
But they exist.
Yeah, they exist. I feel bad because I can't name any. And I know
Yeah.
I've heard good things about some, but again, it's just I've been kind of busy with a lot of things, both in personal life and work on projects. Dawn is aware of that.
Yeah, we're in the process of creating stuff of our own that will hopefully help counterbalance this whole rigmarole. But that's neither here nor there.
But yeah, it's just you are. I want to say making a mountain out of a molehill. If that I don't know if that works here though.
I'm not quite sure that's what you would be what you'd be going for. But point being, the reason, my love, that you can't be an elf is because the elf are ethereal and pale. And don't get me wrong, no mortal human can be an elf because, again, even the best men that Middle-earth has to offer, the men of Numenor, are like several orders of magnitude less beautiful and ethereal than the elves. Like, the god of Middle-earth, Eru Ilúvatar, literally made the elves by hand, my dude. They just are that unattainable within the context of the mythos. But incidentally, you can't be in this part of the story because this part of the story is geographically not the part of the story where people of color are to be found. If you want to go to the part of Middle-earth where people of color are to be found, they are found, once again, in the East. And you could even get away with telling a social justice style oppressor-oppressed story if you wanted to with the men of the East, because the men of the East have been oppressed for many thousands of years by Melkor, and were saved by the two wizards, Alatar and Palando, which even gives you two wizards to play with that we haven't seen yet, and therefore are essentially free creative real estate if you wanted to. But instead of telling a new story within the parameters of your framework and with new characters that would fit your framework and would still work within the context of Tolkien's mythos, you are corrupting things that don't belong there to make them belong there. And that is where I take the issue. Because rather than tell the story of the Easterlings and the two blue wizards, a story that the fan base has been waiting to be told for many, many decades now and has never really been played with very much outside of some of the unfinished tales, you decided to ignore the Easterlings entirely and co-opt things that have already been told or already been half told in other stories. And I have to ask, why would you bother doing that? The entire eastern half of Middle-earth is a entirely blank creative slate that even kind of lends itself vaguely to social justice themes. It's basically a blank check for any social justice writer to come in and tell an organic story within the mythos for. But instead of doing any of that, you just decided not to do any of it. And to not create your own, but to corrupt what already existed. Which very much, again, puts me in mind of Melkor whining that he doesn't have the flame imperishable, or the secret fire as it's sometimes called, the power to create new things from scratch. You're literally doing what the literal devil within Tolkien's mythos does. Rather than try to create your own thing or expand into the parts of the world that are already blank slates for you to play with, you're trying to corrupt what already exists because you just don't like that it exists without you. You're literally pulling a Middle-earth devil's advocate right now. It's pissing me off.
All right. We're on?
Yep.
All right. Last. Hey, be thankful. Last one.
Mm-hmm.
The easy answer, at least on Twitter, is to block. Trust me, I've blocked hundreds. But it does little to quell the noise, so let's make a little noise back. Sting is aglow, and all sorts of trolls, orcs, and goblins are afoot, but they shall not pass. I refuse to be told that I can't be part of this world I love, and I urge others facing the barbs and arrows to do the same, because we've occupied Middle-earth now. We exist, and we're not leaving. Okay, fuck you, man. Like,
you are free to exist in Middle-earth. You just have to be occupied to the eastern half of it. Also worth noting, the orcs and goblins and the various children of Melkor are progressive and technically proficient creatures. So again, I'm just pointing out the irony of your moral compass within the context of the mythos is entirely backwards here, because the technically proficient and progressive people within the context of Tolkien's mythos are the orcs, and the nostalgia-based, backward-looking people are the elves and men and other children of Iluvatar in the context of the mythos. Because again, just to bring this home for one last time, in Tolkien's mythos specifically, nostalgia and un- unspoiled nature and unspoiled wonder and unspoiled divinity are the good forces, and progress, technical proficiency, and mechanization and modernization are considered negative forces that corrupt and distort unspoiled nature and nostalgia. So, if anything, my darling, you guys are the orcs, and you're wondering why we won't just let you run across the Shire and scourge it at the last possible second. Well, the very reason is because some of us are, rather ironically indeed, nostalgic for the years of the trees. I I realized that just made the entire like anti-social justice part of the Tolkien myth or fandom Galadriel, which is funny. Uh,
Um,
anyway.
okay. So I do think, for the sake of purpose, because it's shorter, the Rings of Power trailer first, then the movie Bob one.
Yeah,
I don't think we're going to be able to finish the movie Bob one this week.
maybe not.
Okay, so yeah, the Rings of Power official trailer, which was released August 23rd, 2022.
Yeah, the last trailer before it actually came out.
And I skipped ahead 10 seconds because the first 10 seconds obviously were just a
It did the annoying trailer for the trailer thing, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. I will I will never understand that.
Because some people have really, really slow or really, really quick attention spans.
I can understand it. It's like one of those like YouTube shorts or on
TikTok.
or videos on Facebook, like they do.
Mm-hmm.
But like watching the actual, like take it out for the actual fucking trailer,
Yeah.
It's just I don't. That's stupid.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Banana.
No. Unless I don't care enough to.
I can't think of anything Lord of the Rings specific to replace banana with.
Yeah. Anyway. Banana.
Banana.
My brother gave his life hunting the enemy. His task is now mine. Speak your truth. You already know. Stand with me. Ours was no chance meeting.
Okay, to start off with, Galadriel's brother in the Silmarillion is named Finrod, and he didn't die fighting Sauron in the original story. So they've made up this entire dynamic for the show. Because apparently, in this version of events, Finrod died fighting Sauron.
So because again, you're going to be more the lore guy, obviously, and I'm more the actual show itself.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're not wrong. It feels like the sets and stuff feel hollow and kind of empty.
Yeah.
And don't get me wrong, there are sets deliberately made for that, specifically in fantasy and stuff. Sure, but there's usually this gravitas to it.
Yeah.
I don't feel that here.
No, it literally just feels empty because they didn't bother to fill it with anything.
Yeah. Also, the music that was starting is a bit weird too.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't know. Anyway. Banana?
Banana.
Not fate, nor destiny. Ours was the work of something greater.
You know what's weird?
What?
I don't know if you remember this show. It was on MTV. It's a fantasy show called the Shannara Chronicles.
Yeah, I remember it.
I will say, I'm getting somewhat vibes of that, but the thing was, the Shannara Chronicles, from what I remember watching, was actually really good.
Yeah, no, it was pretty good.
Yeah.
And it was kind of similar to Adventure Time in the sense that it was a fantasy setting that emerged out of the ashes of a post-apocalypse, basically.
Which is really cool, and I wish some stories would do that more. Like a genre, like a genre switch up.
Well, the logic of it, I think, in both cases, is supposed to be that modernity basically cut off humans from
Magic.
the like metaphysical world, and then once civilization crumbled, the metaphysical world slowly began to reemerge back into the light.
But like I said, like the show, like I'm getting vibes of that, like how it looks. But the thing with like the Shannara Chronicles, it still had this like beauty.
There was still life to it.
Yeah,
Everything here looks dead.
also style, you know.
Yeah, and the thing is about it being as lifeless as it is this is supposed to be set during the Second Age, which is before the events of Hobbit or Lord of the Rings. And the thing about Tolkien's timeline is the timeline of Middle Earth is such that it's essentially about a world where magic is dying. So the further back in history you go with Middle Earth, the more magic there should be and the more vibrant everything should be because there's more inherent magic to nature at that time anyway. And it looks actually more dead than the events of Lord of the Rings does.
Yeah, it's weird to me. Like, you know, it's just it has these fantastical settings like we saw with the meadows and stuff, but it just feels so
Generic.
empty. You know?
Mm-hmm.
I don't even think that's deliberate. Like,
no, they just didn't bother to fill it. They didn't bother to fill the space with anything.
Yeah,
It's not deliberately empty to make a point. They essentially figured that the beauty of the things the beauty of the things themselves would distract people from the fact that it's all empty and cheap.
Anyway, banana.
Banana.
Okay, yep, okay. Banana.
Each of us, everyone, must decide who we shall be.
I am not the hero you seek.
Whatever it was you did.
Yeah, I don't know why the modern, almost like R&B music in the background.
Like again, that's why I said like it kind of reminds me of Shannara Chronicles because they did that, but again, it worked for that.
Yeah, but it like given how central music is to Lord of the Rings, both in the books and just in general in universe logic, because for those that don't know, Middle Earth was literally sung into existence by the Ainur.
Yeah.
Erwin created basically an angelic choir called the Ainur, two choirs of which the Valar and the Maiar, and told them to sing. And then when they were done singing, they were surprised that what they sang literally was going to come into existence because of the power of their voices. That's also why when magic is used in Lord of the Rings, you see people talk in that very echoey, very choir-like voice. It's because what they're doing is literally changing the world by changing the song that sang it into existence. It's called the word of command. And basically the beings that can do that because their voices are literally impregnated with part of their soul. Or their Fea, basically, is what it's called. But yeah, given how important song is both in a meta sense and in an universe sense to Lord of the Rings, you would think they would dust off some of the songs from the actual mythos, like maybe the song of Beren and Luthien,
Also,
or the song of Dorian or something, but nope, they didn't bother.
sorry, I also want to point this out. Like, I'm not an actor, mind you. I mean, I've studied acting when I took theater for a bit, like we never really got to do anything. But I've done a lot of writing, and when I ever do writing for characters and stuff, I do try to like act out the scenes and stuff, so like I get a better sense of how to write it and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. It's just like for the last 20 seconds, I was just noticing how people were talking and stuff. It just felt like they weren't really, like they weren't the characters saying them.
No,
Like, situations. Like it was very, like there was no depth. There was no emotion.
it was very community theater rather than.
Actually, no. I feel like that's somewhat insulting to community theater because I've seen good community theater plays.
Well, that's true too.
But yeah, it feels like they're just reading the lines.
Yeah, there's no inflection to it.
There's no like emotions. They're not being the characters.
Yeah.
Also,
But
yeah. Again, well, no, sorry. You brought up the community theater thing, and I'm just reminded of the time I went to a community theater play in my city and I think I've said this before many times, but Young Frankenstein, the musical version.
Mm.
It was really good. Fun.
Lucky bastard.
Why, thank you. I mean, I had to give up money for it, obviously. It was like a school trip thing, so. Still fun, though.
Yeah.
It's actually held at the art museum in my city.
Neat.
Yeah, because it had a theater portion to it as well, so.
Yeah, the only local theater we have is called the Clemens Center.
We have multiple actually in my city. Like there's actually like kind of a big one that apparently Jeff Dunham like last year or the year before came to. Like I saw the poster when I walked by it. I still did walks around my city. There's actually like a small one right near me, like not too far off.
The only funny story about my theater is it's actually named for Samuel Clemens, i.e. Mark Twain, because apparently in his old age he came to an area around my area called Elmira to retire. And he's actually not the only person who did that. Apparently Rod Serling also retired around Elmira, New York, which is like not far away from where I'm from.
Neat.
Yeah.
Anyway, shall we?
Banana.
And also again, this right here, I don't know. It's just the lack of depth that weirds me out,
There's no life here. And there should definitely be life here. It's the second age.
Okay, so remember all the scenes on Pirates of the Caribbean when they are at night during the war, like on the ocean and stuff?
Yeah. Like even though those were supposed to be dark, there was still more life in them than this.
Yeah. I don't know, it's weird to me. Anyway, shall we?
Banana.
You did. Be free of it.
One day this will be your kingdom. Raise your sail and let it go.
Choose not the path of fear, but that of faith.
I got nothing. It's just
It looks literally like just generic fantasy stuff. It doesn't say Middle Earth at all. Like if I didn't know that the woman who was speaking was Galadriel, I wouldn't think that she was Galadriel.
I mean, technically, Middle Earth is technically the baseline.
Like it's the granddaddy of all fantasy, but there's still things that are specific to it. Especially after Peter Jackson did such a good job of replicating the actual like aesthetic.
Sure, fair enough. Anything else, or moving on?
No, banana.
Okay, banana.
One thing we can do, better than any creature in all Middle Earth, we stay true to each other with our hearts even bigger than our feet.
Nothing.
Again, I'm bored, and I shouldn't be bored with this.
Yeah, it's weird.
The only thing that's making me anything other than bored is the lore inaccuracies that are piling up. We'll address those in the last leg of the thing, because not Galadriel is about to say something that's going to set off all of my lore bells. So
Okay. I don't know.
banana.
We can survive this. You and I.
Yolanda! Wait! No! We keep moving!
Why do you keep fighting?
There's a tempest in me!
Oh god, I hate girl boss Galadriel so much. It's not that Galadriel shouldn't be a very powerful character, she should be, but her power is her femininity, her power to manipulate, her power to like be a like her power is the power of like nurturing. She's basically the mother of all of Middle Earth, basically, pretty much. Like in the Silmarillion, it's actually her beauty that inspires Feanor to craft the Silmarils the Silmarillion is even named after. Because he sees the light of the two trees of Valinor, which are basically what created light in the world before there was the sun and moon. He sees the light shining off of her hair, and it inspires him to create 3 gems that captures the light of the two trees. And he actually asks her to give him 3 of her hairs, and she refuses him. And then she ends up regretting it for the rest of her life, that she refused him. So much so that when Gimli later on in the Third Age requests 1 lock of her hair to basically set in crystal as an heirloom for his house, she gives him 3 instead of 1, and all the elves in Lothlorien look at Gimli like he's grown a second head, because they know how significant it is for Galadriel to have given up 3 locks of her hair. But instead of making Galadriel this very feminine, very ethereal, very powerful, magical presence, they just turn her into a warrior. They basically turn her into Xena Warrior Princess or Buffy the Vampire Slayer, which, by the way, physical combat is considered primitive among the elves. Elves prefer to elves prefer to compete using their elves prefer to battle using their words, i.e., again, words of command, their magic, or literally using their Fea or their spiritual force. So elves that are primarily warriors are actually considered lower class than elves that can literally reshape reality using their will or their voice, like Galadriel usually can.
Right.
So
Anyway,
they've literally depowered Galadriel by making her a warrior. But nice going, idiots.
shall we?
Yep, banana.
Banana.
You have fought long enough, Galadriel. Put up your sword.
Without it, what am I to be?
Oh my fucking god. You're the woman whose beauty inspired the creation of the Silmarils, the 3 greatest gems in all of Middle-earth's history. You're the woman who decided to explore Middle-earth and leave Valinor, not because of the Oath of Feanor, but because you were just curious. You're the woman who was nostalgic for the years of the trees until the days of the world's ending. You're the woman who nurtures and heals literally everyone. Who are you without a sword, Galadriel? 1,000 times better than you were with it. That's who you are. Fucking hell. That insufferable line. It's not that line is a bad line, although it is. It's that it's directly antithetical to everything that is Galadriel's character that bothers me. Because, again, in elven culture, being a warrior is considered to be basically being primitive. True elves of like the first generation of the Noldor fight using their words and their Fey'a only, like Galadriel usually does. Even Elrond's daughter, who is Aragorn's soon-to-be wife, Arwen, uses her voice and her Fey'a to collapse a river on the Nazgul in Fellowship of the Ring, and she was like a 3rd or 4th generation elf. In fact, she was only like 2/4 elf because Galadriel or Elrond was half elven to begin with. So like even she used her voice and her Fey'a more than Galadriel apparently does. Because for some reason we can't have a character whose power is her beauty or her femininity. We have to have her power being only warrior like bullshit. Moving on.
Yeah, so I think because it's 20 minutes long,
Oh
stop
god.
at like 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is new big picture ring things. It's by usually Moving Bob. It's been a while since we've really done one of his videos.
Yep. Bob is just he's being insufferable again, so I had to say something about it.
Again, just we are only going to do half of this, just because for the sake of Dalton's sanity, probably mine as well, and also just time wise.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, shall we, banana?
We shall, banana. How about you, Bob?
Hey, how's it going? Okay, just FYI, still working out new format.
Sorry, 20 seconds. So.
Yep. Banana.
1 second, let me get back.
Just FYI, still working out new format change stuff on big picture stuff here, so that's why temporary background stuff, temporary new recording location, a lot of temporary things here. Didn't really want to do a Rings of Power episode in general, really just kind of wanted to watch it.
I mean, okay, I can kind of understand that, to be honest.
Yeah, that's the most fair enough this is going to get, so fine, banana.
Yeah, I get 4 seconds. So, yeah, no.
But it fits into too much of all the most other annoying stuff going on. So here we go. Lord of the Rings is a weird property to cover on this stuff because it's treated special because of the pedigree. Even in non-geek spaces, you know, it's one of those ones, though. It's really the only one in fantasy that we're required to take too seriously.
Bob, I don't know if you know this or anything, but you're supposed to take pretty much all of it seriously, even the stuff that's self-aware and funny. Something can be funny and still be taken seriously in terms of its own internal logic, Bob. You know that, right? That's like part and parcel of what it means to be a geek. We are the ones who care about the internal logic of things and the internal substance of things, regardless of how tongue-in-cheek it is or not. You do, like, it hasn't been so long, has it, Bob, that you used to be an actual geek, that you actually understand that, like, even things that aren't explicitly supposed to be taken seriously can also be taken seriously, right? You do know that to be humorous is not synonymous with not care about, right? Something can be funny and also be taken seriously and cared about, like the internal consistency and internal logic of, right? You surely can't be this much of a dense, duplicitous, and self-loathing cunt, can you, Bob? But then again, who am I talking? It's movie Bob, of course you can be. But I'm just pointing this out. Just because something is humorous and self-aware doesn't mean it doesn't have to abide by substantive rules and its own internal logic, Bob. And it's supposed to be like a geek's, like nerddom 101 or geekdom 101 is supposed to be caring about internal logic, even in nominally silly things.
Right. I got nothing really to say. I think you covered most of it, really, or probably answered it better than I probably would have.
I mean, I do my best. That's what I'm here for. Anyway,
Banana?
banana.
Yeah, just about everything else in at least the fantasy genre, you know, you can discuss in the same terms as other fantasy media, where you can kind of cut it off at a certain point and go, you know, guys, we are just talking about elves, dragons, wizards, bullshit, whatever. Calm down your bullshit, basically. But because it's Lord of the Rings and because it's Tolkien and because it has all of the pedigree.
No, Bob, you really shouldn't do that with anything, to be honest with you. That's dismissive, nihilistic fuckwittery of the highest degree, dude.
I was going to say disingenuous.
Yes, that's another way of putting it. Like, Bob, you do realize that when you consent to care about something, you can't just nonchalantly refuse to care about it after you start losing the argument, because that's usually when this sort of disingenuousness comes up, is when two people are having an argument about a thing, and one of those people begins to see that they're losing the argument. They'll start well, what does it even matter? This is all just silly at the end of the day. It's not like we're actually arguing about something that matters. Never mind that 5 minutes before this, they were arguing until they were blue in the face about minutia. I bring this up because it's a lot like the argument, you can't argue from taste, even though the person in question usually was just doing that very same thing when they were winning the argument. It's basically a philosophical get out of argument free card. i.e., when I'm winning the argument, when I'm in the middle of proving my point, then it's a point worth making. But when my opponent sees through my bullshit and begins to unravel my bullshit, all of a sudden it's not something worth arguing over, and I didn't want to win in the first place. Derp, derp, derp. No. Anyone who engages in an argument wants to do something substantive with that argument. I refuse to entertain anything else. Most people, when they engage in an argument, are doing so because they find whatever subject matter they're arguing with to be substantive enough to engage with. And only those who are in the middle of losing the argument or don't want to deal with the consequences of having lost that argument go into the meta discussion of, well, because I'm losing this argument, now it all of a sudden doesn't matter, derp.
I'm back.
Anyway, yeah, moving on. Banana.
I got food.
What are you eating today?
Barbecue chips. I ate dinner earlier, kind of. Mesquite barbecue. Potato chips.
Tasty. And also extremely white.
I don't blame my grandfather. He bought them. Yeah, but like if you eat enough of these, it's going to start like kind of getting hot. Last I checked. Ironically, because I am Mexican, I'm supposed to like spicy stuff, but
barbecue chips actually always strike me as more sweet than they do spicy.
these actually might be more than that. Or no, they actually might be the spicy ones then. Anyway, yeah.
Banana.
All of the pedigree behind it, even when people are just going off about black dwarves and whatnot, we actually have to do like serious discourse about it. So someone has to jump in to those stupid discussions and be like, no, actually, according to English history and DNA, the original Britons were, and that's just playing into their game and making.
No, Bob, it's called taking something seriously and addressing the argument based on its own parameters, i.e., operating within the parameters of discussion, Bob. Although, incidentally, that's not even how you do that. How you actually do that within the context of these discussions, Bob, would be to point out that the people of color of the Middle Earth, of Middle Earth, are to be found within the eastern half of it, which brings up the follow-up question, which I've yet to get a fucking answer for, Bob. Why didn't anyone think to just tell a story about the Easterlings being saved by the Blue Wizards from Melkor's dominion? Because that would actually be an interesting story worth watching. It would be an interesting story worth telling. It would be a story that hasn't yet been told by 1,000 people. And it wouldn't break the lore. But instead of doing any of that shit, the shit that would have made sense within the context of the lore would have been an interesting story worth telling and would have been a story people would have been happy to have told. They decided to retcon the west of Middle Earth instead of actually addressing the half of Middle Earth that has never been addressed in the context before and would have lended itself to a story revolving around people of color, quote unquote. You could have even casted the Blue Wizards as people of color because the Blue Wizards haven't been portrayed in the movies or other media yet. So you could basically put a definitive stamp on what the Blue Wizards are supposed to look like, and everyone would be obliged to take it because no one has ever seen what the Blue Wizards look like. And seeing as the Blue Wizards were meant to go to the east to save the Easterlings from the jurisdiction of Melkor, it would have made perfect sense for them to blend into their surroundings by having an Easterling-like complexion themselves. So it would have made sense within the context of the actual in-universe lore. It would have been a story worth telling, and it would have allowed the creatives of that story to put their stamp on that story before anyone else did. But instead of any of this, they're pulling a Melkor and distorting things that already existed when they shouldn't have. Moving on.
Yeah, one sec.
Banana.
I mean, we technically only have 8 minutes left. That's any comfort.
I mean, we're moving fairly quickly here, which is good.
Well, to be fair, we're not getting sidetracked, so.
Well, that and also the chat is fairly quiet.
Anyway. No.
Banana.
Just playing into their game and making them engage in serious discussion, when in reality, the people who are pissed about that kind of thing are not the kind of people that you should even be having serious discussions with. You know, I'm sorry. If you're mad about the Black Dwarves in Lord of the Rings, like, if that's something that seriously angers you, if this is an important thing in your life, if the existence of...
My God, he just comes off as such a fucking...
Bob, that is what's known as invalidating your opponent rather than addressing the argument. You disingenuous fuck.
Yeah, he's
You
also-
don't get to determine what is and is not a serious vector of conversation. Seriousness or worthwhileness is to be found within the context of the argument itself, not in the external parameters of the argument, like who happens to be having it. Also, Bob, good to know you invalidate the entire life and work of Mr. J.R.R. Tolkien and his son Christopher, who, until the literal day he died, fought to have his father's work be respected on its own terms. But no, one of the greatest 20th century additions to literature, who was also an early linguist and an early anthropologist, so much so that he was often requested to oversee archaeological digs in the British Isles. No, I'm sure he wasn't a serious person. I'm sure even though he spent years and devoted his life and energy into creating this universe from scratch, up to and including creating whole new languages for it, I'm sure that didn't matter. I'm sure none of the mythological references he explicitly made for that universe, from the Norse sagas or from Beowulf or from any of the Anglo-Saxon folklore, I'm sure none of that mattered. I'm sure none of his Catholic points of reference mattered. No, none. I'm sure none of that mattered. I'm sure a son's attempts to make sure his father's legacy were respected reasonably, I'm sure none of that mattered. I'm sure none of the interviews in which Tolkien gave that he said that the people who loved his work made his life worth living matters at all. I'm sure Christopher Lee fanboying like a motherfucker when he actually met Tolkien once, and Christopher Lee's personal life being shaped by a fandom of Tolkien. I'm sure none of that mattered, Bob. I'm sure none of the people whose lives have been made better or even possibly saved by the beauty of Tolkien's writing style or mythology. I'm sure none of that mattered, Bob. I'm sure we can just throw it all in the invalid pile because fuck off reasons, right? Damn it. Banana.
Yeah, that's condescending and ingenuine belief.
The like logical failing that is trying to invalidate the person having the argument rather than addressing the argument is just one of my biggest pet peeves. You never address the person having the argument when you can address the argument, Bob. That is philosophy 101. Anything else is referred to as an ad hominem.
Mm-hmm. Although, I'm sorry, like you brought up Christopher Lee. I just remembered, like, if he was like a big fanboy of Tolkien, like Christopher Lee himself is a fucking awesome. Rest in peace, by the way.
Yeah.
Because apparently the dude might have been James Bond during World War II.
Yeah, no, he was a specialist. during World War II. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
but he
yeah,
also played in a heavy metal band.
yeah, in his old age even. But yeah, he once met Tolkien and was completely flabbergasted by having met Tolkien because he was a massive fan of Lord of the Rings, and he actually, when it came time for Peter Jackson to make Lord of the Rings, he really wanted to play Gandalf, and one of the ways he argued for it was he was the only member of the cast who had actually met Tolkien. And then, of course, he got offered the role of Saruman, and he was just happy to be involved, and so much better because I think he was amazing. Like, I don't think anyone else could have played Saruman, and not to disparage Christopher Lee, but I don't think he would have been as good at playing Gandalf as he was at playing Saruman. But at least he got to be involved in the creation of Lord of the Rings, and also in the Peter Jackson adaptation of The Hobbit, because he did, of course, come back and play Saruman again when.
Anyway,
yeah.
Sorry, it's just like you brought that up, and I just wanted to mention like all the.
Yeah, no, Christopher Lee is several orders of magnitude of awesome. He was also Hammer Horror's Dracula.
Oh yeah,
back in the 60s and 70s. So.
Yeah. A really great actor. You know, I hate saying this, and I'm not saying that there aren't good actors.
They just don't make them like they made Christopher Lee anymore.
Yeah.
They broke the mold when they made Christopher Lee.
Yeah. Anyway.
But
I'm not saying that there aren't good actors. There are clearly good modern actors. It's just,
it's an orders of magnitude thing. They're great actors, but are there actors great enough to have fought as a spy in World War II, also being related to Mr. Ian Fleming, who created the original James Bond?
I didn't know that.
No, they were cousins. Yeah.
Every time you learn something new about him, he just cool.
Yeah, Christopher Lee, like whichever soul decided to incarnate as Christopher Lee was just like, I'm gonna max out my character.
Yeah. Anyway,
Anyway, sidetracked again, but Banana.
If the existence of a black woman playing a dwarf in a Lord of the Rings TV show is something that makes you angry enough, having some kind of episode, like something has gone wrong with you. At the bare minimum, like if we find that out about you, they should not allow you to operate heavy machinery.
Okay, fuck off entirely, Bob.
I also, again, the major issue that most people, to my knowledge, had was that she didn't have
a beard and that she didn't look enough like the other male dwarves. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just
because in the lore, Bob, that lore that a genius level linguist and anthropologist and literature teacher spent decades refining up until the day he died, pretty much. The dwarves are meant to look so similar that they basically don't have gender. They're basically similar to the Neanderthals in the sense that they're egalitarian as a species, if you want to put it that way. Like they don't have sexual dimorphism to the same degree that humans do. That is more of what people had an issue with regards to the dwarves. But incidentally, the people that did take issue with her skin color took issue with it not because argle fargle largle racism, Bob, but because of geography within the context of Middle Earth, i.e., the people of color to be found in Middle Earth are to be found in the eastern half of Middle Earth, Bob. If you wanted to have a female dwarf in the east who was swarthier in nature, that would be one thing. I might still argue with it because, again, Owley the Smith crafted the dwarves from scratch and then proceeded to piss off Melkor even worse by actually getting Eru Iluvatar's blessing to bring them to life, which must have made Melkor even more upset, but that's neither here nor there. Because he offered to bring his creations to life, and Eru said no, but when Aule made the dwarves, Eru was just like, yeah, that works. But that's neither here nor there. I would still maybe argue that the dwarves shouldn't have different races, especially because the dwarves already have like 6 different ethnicities. Like they're ethnically different within. There are essentially sub races of dwarves, and none of them are racially different as tribes in the lore. So I would argue even then it would be difficult. But if you wanted to have an Easterling dwarf that happened to be a person of color, that would be one thing. But she would still need to have a fucking beard because she's a female dwarf.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, moving on. Banana.
Yeah. Banana.
All right, that's like a danger to the public. Come on. Grow the fuck up. Yeah, I mean, not that there is ever any reason to be a racist about anything, but of all of these stupid things to be a racist about, and you shouldn't humor people about shit like that. Because now you've made it...
Bob, you make your living talking about geek shit on the internet. You, sir, you are one of the people that you are now strawmanning to oblivion here. You think that it's immature or that it's childish to make a living off of geek shit or to talk seriously about geek shit? What are you doing now, Bob?
Well, he's disavowing the arguments made.
No, I know, but what I'm saying is it's extremely disingenuous for him to do that when you consider that he is literally the test case for exactly the kind of person who he is currently disavowing. I.e., he doesn't have an ostensibly air quotes real job. He talks about geek shit on the internet for a living. He is a movie critic for a living. And yet he gets to lecture everyone else about quote unquote growing up. Also, Bob, it has nothing to do with racism. It has everything to do with in-universe logic and lore.
Right.
That thing that we're actually supposed to care about because we are actually nerds.
Also,
Bob.
Since I'm technically one of the guys he's disavowing and talking about growing up, motherfucker, while I was doing this podcast, I also had a fucking job being a dishwasher.
Yeah. Also, Brainstormer has almost gotten shot like 3 times. To the point that I insisted that he start carrying pepper spray.
Thank you for giving that insight into my life.
Well, I'm just saying, as long as he's saying grow up my maturity, blah 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 blah. Like, Bob, come back to me once you've been targeted by gangs a few times. Then you can start.
No, you're not. See, Don, you're overselling it. I personally wasn't targeted by gangs.
Okay, fair enough. But point being, Bob, you can lecture us after you've actually dealt with some real shit, because I can say for myself, I had to get surgery starting from the age of 5, Bob, because I have a physical disability. So yeah, you can fuck off. And Brainstormer has had a whole fucking Punisher-esque backstory of a lifetime here. But point being, Bob, you might want to be very sparing with that grow up mentality, given that you make your living off talking about geek shit for a living.
I mean, to be fair, we're not really ones to talk.
No, but the thing is, we don't consider that to be anathema to growing up. We don't consider growing up, quote unquote, to be a metric to judge things on. Like I've never used the phrase "grow up" in the way he's using it now because I don't consider that to be a valid vector of criticism. He, unfortunately, is using it as though it's a valid vector for criticism, and since he is using this standard, then we can judge him by that standard. He can't apply that to us because we aren't using that standard.
Anyway, shall we?
Banana.
Because now you've made it seem as though this is a serious discussion they should be having. They should be allowed to have. When in reality, it should begin and end with, well, actually, it would not be possible for the dwarves to be black because it is a mythology of ancient. In reality, there's no such thing as dwarves and elves. So they can.
Bob? Bob? The funny thing about this piranha's nest of fuck you just walked into, my dear Bob, neo-pagans exist of various descriptions, several of whom do acknowledge that dwarves and elves do exist. For example,
to be somewhat forgiving of that statement, while I do agree it is incredibly stupid, seeing as you are an occultist and I've learned things from you about that. Technically, in this plane of reality.
Okay, but if he wants to play the cultural relativism game and the representation game and the being respectful to other cultures and other religions game, then
no, he's obviously wrong. I'm not. I am. I agree with you on that.
No, but what I'm saying is, Bob. Again, you do know that there are various pagan groups who acknowledge the existence of things like dwarves and elves. For example, heathens, Asatru, Vodanists, etc. Also, the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn and several other occultist orders acknowledge elementals, one of whom are gnomes or dwarves. So. And again, if we're talking about being culturally sensitive and shit, you owe the entire Ireland or the entire Isle of Ireland an apology right now, Bob, because the fairy faith in Ireland and the British Isles is still very much a thing, as well it fucking should be, Bob. So If you're truly gonna play this, we need to be sensitive to other cultures thing, and this we need to be realistic thing, Bob. Well, those two things overlapping will result in you having a lot of things to answer for with regards to the various neo-pagan or Nordic pagan communities, and with regards to the Hermetic orders and various occult sub-factions as well, Bob. Like the entire occultist / esotericist community would like to have a word with you now, Bob.
Dalton.
And being as I am part of that, I can say doubly fuck you, Bob, because as a practicing occultist who does actually believe in the Fae, and a person who is familiar with Norse folklore and Anglo-Saxon folklore, the very same folklore that inspired J.R.R. Tolkien, thank you very much, and also a nerd. Triple fuck you, Bob.
No, wouldn't that be quadruple?
I mean, maybe. But point being, fuck you by your own standards, Bob, because you said something obliviously stupid while also holding two contradictory vectors for it. So, not only is what you just said inherently dismissive and stupid, it's also logically inconsistent based on your own framework, because you're all about the being sensitive to people of different cultures and belief systems, Bob. Well, several IRL belief systems believe in the existence of dwarves and elves, several of whom are sort of cross-woven with the Tolkien community because Tolkien also took direct inspiration from Norse and Anglo-Saxon polytheism when he created his version of dwarves and elves. So fuck you, Bob.
All right. No,
Yeah, banana.
banana.
Can be whatever they want because none of this shit is real.
Whenever you notice something like that, a wizard did it.
I see. All right, yes. But in episode AG4...
Wizard.
Ah, for Clavin now.
In reality, if the people making this TV show say that there can be leprechauns in it, there can be leprechauns in it. Because it's a TV show.
Okay,
Bob?
that is so fucking stupid and just
Bob?
goddamn disrespectful.
Bob, number one, this is a already established universe with its already established rules and already established canon. Also, Bob, it wasn't even established from whole cloth or from scratch because even the person that made it deferred to the authority of pre-existing mythologies when he did so, Bob. The aforementioned Norse sagas and Anglo-Saxon poetry, like Beowulf. So, no, even the person who created it from scratch, i.e. J.R.R. Tolkien, didn't entirely create it from scratch because he deferred to the authority and the validity of Anglo-Saxon, Germanic, Celtic, and Nordic folklore. So no, Bob. And once again, that aforementioned Celtic, Anglo-Saxon, Germanic, and Nordic folklore means that there are actual people, actual extant people of polytheistic, what's the phrase? Disposition that still believe these things exist, Bob. There are still people who believe in things like elementals, in things like dwarves, and things like elves. And you may think those people are silly, but they still exist and are still a culture in their own right, Bob. And if we're supposed to be all culturally relativistic when it suits us, and deferent to extant mythology when it suits us, well then J.R.R. Tolkien is actually being more progressive right now than you are, Bob, because he deferred to Germanic, Celtic, Nordic, and Anglo-Saxon folklore and polytheism, and you are being dismissive of those things right now, Bob.
Don't.
Yeah.
We got like 7 more minutes, man.
Yeah, I know. Banana. It's just he's so certain and so wrong simultaneously, and it's like that's what always gets my goat is when people are simultaneously certain of something and also categorically wrong about that very same thing.
Yeah, welcome to humanity.
It's when those two things coexist that my brain just explodes with rage. Banana.
Yeah, you know.
About a book about elves and wizards and dragons and other shit that don't exist. Get the fuck over it. But no, because it's Lord of the Rings and because the guy that wrote it was a professor and because it has all this other pedigree on it, people jump on it like, no, this is somehow different. This is the one that's different and walled off from all of.
Okay, fuck this guy. How the fuck?
No, Bob.
No, one sec. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm
fine.
This guy just. How is it that from this video to the last one we did, I don't remember what it was, but was it the Batman one?
I think it was the Batman one.
Yeah, how is it that from that one to this one that he's progressively gotten both more idiotic and more just fucking what's the word?
Pompous.
Yeah, thank you. Although I think there's a better one, but I can't think of it right now. So, but we'll stick with
dismissive.
Pompous, dismissive, yada yada. Those words exactly.
Yeah.
How is it that he's become more than that? Like again, excluding the fact that those things are more than likely actually real.
Well, there's that, and the fact that they're based on pre-existing mythology, and said pre-existing mythology still informs modern-day religious practitioners of these various religions.
But also dismissing J.R.R. Tolkien's status as a professor, as someone who has a high enough pedigree of things that he has done.
As someone who created literature.
Yeah.
That has informed other literature for a literal century at this point.
Yeah, and I also say several generations, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Not at least one of them also being me for stories I've worked on in terms of actual fantasy.
And also the thing I was going to get into.
Yeah, sorry, please.
Yeah, Bob. Tolkien's work isn't the exception here. You keep framing this as though his pedigree is what makes him special and that we should treat him differently than we should treat everything else. I would argue that you're wrong, because we should be treating every aspect of geek culture with that same level of seriousness and that same level of sort of artistic worth, because it is all worth it. Are you honestly going to sit here and tell me that J.R.R. Tolkien is better than Jack Kirby or Stan Lee, both of whom helped create an entire universe of their own within the context of literature? And Neil Gaiman might hate me for this, but Neil Gaiman, are we seriously going to sit here and say that that Lord of the Rings is more important than Sandman? Because I wouldn't. But here's the thing, Bob. I wouldn't say that any of these pieces of literature is more important than the other. I would say that all geek culture deserves to be treated with this level of seriousness. Stop framing it as though, even if you're wrong, Tolkien is the exception that proves the rule rather than the rule itself. Every piece of geek culture deserves to be treated with this same level of validity and seriousness, because every single aspect of geek culture means this much to someone. For example, as the example I keep going back to, because it is such a perfect example of exactly why you shouldn't fuck around with this shit. I was suicidal around 2015. And that year for Christmas, my mom got me Neil Gaiman's Run of the Sandman in omnibus format. And reading through that comic was such a blinding reminder that there was things in the world worth fighting for, that it kind of single-handedly pulled me off the ledge. And everything in geek culture, everything in artistic culture is like that to someone, somewhere. And even if it wasn't, it has the potential to be. And even if it didn't, it has intrinsic value all its own, sans human intervention regardless. Because the value of art is contained within the art itself, not in its utilitarian relationship to other bullshit. You moron.
Yeah.
Banana.
One sec. So I was trying to think if I had anything else to say, but no, I think I'm good. Alright. No.
Banana.
The other fantasy where you can't have that. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. I take all of this stuff. I take all of the nerd stuff exactly as seriously as I take like organized religion, which is to say I don't take it seriously at all. All right, I love and respect.
Go fuck yourself, Bob.
Yeah, no, fuck you. The correct answer is I take all of this as seriously as I take everything else, which is to say I take it very seriously indeed. Your approach is just flippant bullshit nihilism of nothing matters, therefore everything can be whatever I want it to be. And yet, I will put money on the fact that when you're in the middle of a geek space of your own and someone challenges your knowledge of a thing, you are more than willing to go into lengthy detail about why and how they're wrong. Aren't you, Bob? That's what this is. I'm grateful for having the lore when it's useful to me, but the very second I start being obliged to care more than I otherwise want to, I'm just going to flippantly treat it like it's nothing. I.e., when I'm in the middle of winning the argument, then the lore matters. But when I might be obliged to care more than I want to, then the lore doesn't matter anymore all of a fucking sudden. Bob, be consistent with your principles or GTFO. Those are your only two options, my dude. Either care about things consistently or don't care at all. Pick one. You can't simultaneously claim to be this much of a nerd and also decide not to care when it's convenient for you. To care is a key feature of geek culture, period. It's kind of the defining characteristic of geek culture. The three characteristics of geek culture are expertise with regards to obscure shit, passion for said obscure shit, and meritocracy in relation to both of the above. And you want to have the street cred of having all this geek knowledge, but also shitting all over the very same geek knowledge when it's convenient for you. Fuck you, Bob. Fuck you so hard, you wind up in a different multiverse.
Alright.
Except they won't want you either, I have a feeling.
Anyway. Joey?
Uh-huh.
No.
But,
and respect and cherish all of my like I am wearing a fucking He-Man t-shirt right now, and I take my He-Man bullshit and my Marvel, X-Men, Spider-Man, Avengers bullshit and my Lord of the Rings bullshit exactly as seriously as I take
I don't want to say anything, just let him finish.
yeah, banana.
Heaven and hell and all of that shit I was in Catholic school for. I take it all exactly as seriously. And if that bothers you...
As a statement in and of itself, I'm fine with that. My issue is rather than take all of these things relatively seriously as they deserve, he goes the other way and says none of it matters. And I find that bullshit. Especially because it's categorically not how he works. And I know it's categorically not how he works because here's the thing, Bob. Things we cease to care about, we lose interest in. That is human neurology 101. Things we don't consider to be important, we don't pay attention to. It's called cognitive heuristics. The brain prioritizes things that it considers to be important and ceases to emphasize things that it considers to be unimportant. So if you actually didn't care about this shit, you wouldn't bother paying attention to it. But instead, what you do is you actually do care about this shit, but you can't consciously make yourself aware that you care about this shit. Because you can spend hours and hours and hours researching the lore of various different things, whether it's enforced on you like it was in Catholic school, or whether it's in your own free time, like it is with most of your hobbies. You can spend hours and hours and hours learning about the minutia of that, and then you can somehow convince yourself that you don't care about it, despite the fact that it's literally neurologically and philosophically untenable. I, on the other hand, will get into the deep lore and minutia of lore of any given topic I find interesting. But then, when asked, do you actually care about this shit, I say the intellectually honest thing, and I say yes, because that's how that works. You don't spend hours getting into the minutia and the nitty-gritty of something without caring about it in some meaningful degree. Now you can care about it for its own sake, like intellectually honest people do, or you can care about it as a means to an end, like intellectually dishonest people do, or you can even care about it in such a way that it will result in destroying it. Like, there are people who are obsessive with regards to norms who will learn about abnormal shit to try and destroy abnormal shit, kind of the way a doctor learns about cancer so he can learn how to cure cancer. But in none of these cases can you say that you don't take it seriously. Because if you truly didn't take it seriously, Bob, it would become boring to you. And the very second it would become boring to you, your brain would start prioritizing something else.
Right, Dome.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Banana.
I don't mean to cut you off. It's just
We have things to do. Banana.
no.
I take you even less seriously than that. And I bring that up at the beginning because I feel like that's a flag that absolutely does need to be planted straight away, line in the sand, starting point, scene 1, act 1, foundation of discussion. I'm not going to pretend that we don't all recognize that the basis for all the whining going on is that they cast the wrong kind of people, meaning the wrong color of people.
No, they honestly cast actors that don't play these characters. Or actually, no, the actors themselves, I don't think are the problem. I think it's the people who are put in charge of actually making this show.
It's the artistic approach, period, that's the problem. It's the desire to use an IP as a means to an end rather than an end in itself that's the problem. And I've been saying that for fucking years. You can go back and look at every freaking podcast pretty much that we've ever done where I've talked about this. I've been saying art should be viewed as a means to an end. Art shouldn't be viewed as a means to an end. It should be viewed as an end in itself for years, and I will say that until my dying day. The other problem is the kind of story that's being told. Rather than tell a story about the Easterlings, who are all people of color, all of them, every single Easterling is a person of color, every single one. Despite the fact that all of the Easterlings are people of color, and you could even get away with telling an oppressed or oppressed story, as is the social justice zeitgeist with the Easterlings, because they were oppressed by Melkor for literal millennia, and despite the fact that Alatar and Palando, the two blue wizards, fucked off to the east of Middle-earth for the entire Second Age and Third Age to try and undermine Melkor and Sauron's influence over the Easterlings, which would give you two wizards that we haven't even seen yet to play with, several ideas of which you could cast as people of color themselves so that they blend in with the Easterlings, and you would be the first to actually place your stamp on what the two blue wizards look like. Despite any of that stuff that would make perfect sense within the lore, would make perfect sense within what you want, the story you wanted to tell, and would make perfect sense within like the fandom as a whole, you decided to co-opt and redo and rehash and subvert extant material. Instead of telling your own story with the free, open, blank check that is the East and is the two blue wizards, you decided to retell a story that's already been told in a poor format. Because you don't want to actually tell your own interesting, compelling, good stories. You want to co-opt and subvert things, which I do find ironic in the context of Tolkien, because that's exactly what Melkor does. Because Daddy wouldn't give him the flame imperishable to let him make his own things from scratch, so he decided to corrupt and covertly subvert other things that people, i.e. the Valar or Eru himself, had already created. Banana.
Yep. One sec. All right. Let's see. Yeah, okay. Bunna.
The people, meaning the wrong color of people, in certain roles in this show, and said that there might be expansions to the types of characters that didn't get as big a role in the source material, meaning women, and people who make a living being or just are reflexively upset by the existence of those things as concepts became upset because that's how they make their living. Now,
Bob, who is the most powerful mortal character in the entire... What the hell? Okay. Bob, who is the most powerful mortal character in all of Lord of the Rings? I know you... I know...
Sorry, it's ads.
Okay. Okay. Bob, who is the most powerful mortal character in all of Lord of the Rings? I know you know the answer. That answer, my dear Bob, is Galadriel, who is a female character. She is the most powerful character in Lord of the Rings, who is mortal, and by any rate. I.e., she bitch slaps Sauron in The Hobbit, and nobody bats an eye because that is entirely within her character to do that. The problem, Bob, is that in Rings of Power, she is being rewritten as a character who is not reflective of who she is as a character, and is actually categorically weaker than the version of her we see in the source material, because as we know from the source material, elves consider physical combat to be primitive, to be lower class, i.e. elves that are just warriors are lower on the elven hierarchy than elves that can use what are referred to as words of command or the energy of their Fëa, as Tolkien put it. And Galadriel is the perfect example of an elf, being as she's one of the first or second generation of the Noldor elves, who uses primarily words of command and also her Fëa, which is why in Peter Jackson's The Hobbit movies, when there was the scene of the White Council expelling Sauron's shadow from Dol she was able to destroy a giant-ass orc with a wave of her hand. And she was able to banish Sauron back to the shadows by simply talking at him and glowing at him, which was her Fëa coming out. That is why people have an issue with this version of Galadriel, Bob. It's not because Galadriel was never important in the source material, because she was. It's that they've made her actually weaker in the new version. And given that this is supposed to be a prequel, and given that the whole purpose of Tolkien's Legendarium is to be nostalgic for mythical bygone periods of unspoiled nature and unspoiled divinity, she should actually be more powerful now than she is in the movies. And you have to know that, Bob, if you are a Lord of the Rings fan at all. But instead of addressing the fact that they made Galadriel a weaker character and a less compelling character in the new source material of Rings of Power, instead of addressing that they broke the lore by putting people of color not in the eastern part of Middle-earth where they belong, but in the Second Age of the West where they don't belong, instead of addressing the fact that the writing makes the characters worse and less mythical and less likable than they were in the source material, you want to chalk it all up to argle, fargle, bargle racism because you want to believe that identities are synonymous with ideologies. Well, they aren't, Bob. People of color find this to be insulting. People of various different minority statuses find this to be insulting. For example, I am crippled and gay. I don't like these new, air quotes, diverse characters, Bob, not because I have anything against my own fucking identity, but because it makes the story worse. It breaks the lore. It makes the story less compelling, and it makes the story less qualitative, which I care about more than political and social gobbledygook. Banana.
Yeah, one sec. Banana.
Now, that's not to say that everyone being a lore purist about Lord of the Rings is dick riding the fanboy racism grift, but a lot of them are, because Lord of the Rings has been around a long time. Like I just got done saying, adaptations have been happening longer, and I can tell you from having swam in these waters since before I learned to doggy paddle that Tolkien deep canon was.
Okay, fuck you, Bob. You can't tell the difference between someone saying social justice is not welcome here and saying that the people who social justice claims to speak to are not welcome here. Those are two different statements, Bob. Two entirely different statements. The ideology that claims to speak on the behalf of these people is different from the people themselves. And many of the people who you claim to speak on the behalf of by way of social justice are opposed to the ideology of social justice for exactly the same reason that many nuclear families were opposed to TradCon family values of yesteryear. Because just because you call an ideology something doesn't mean it has unilateral control over a given thing that it applies to. The problem, Bob, is in the old days you would have told the Family Values Brigade to fuck off, and that is the correct answer. But you, for some reason, are utterly incapable of telling social justice as an ideology to fuck off. Moralism is not welcome in geek spaces. That used to be the battle cry. Well, it still is the battle cry for a lot of us. Moralism is not welcome in geek spaces. The problem is you can't tell the difference between a kind of moralism that points the and there being simply no moralism to begin with. But Bob, there are two different kinds of moralism at play here. There is TradCon family values bullshit, and there is modern day social justice bullshit. And I am of the opinion that both of these kinds of morality and moralism should fuck off because moralism is not welcome in art, as it has always been the battle cry. Moralism is not welcome in art. Period. No matter which way that moralism happens to be pointing. Banana. Brainstormer. Did your internet cut out? Hello? I'm thinking Brainstormer's internet cut out again. Brainstormer. Okay, there he goes. He'll sort it out and be back. Sorry, folks. Let's see. Let me think. What can I The road goes ever, ever on, over rock and under tree, by caves where never sun has shone, by streams which never find the sea, and over snow by winter's song.
I'm back.
Okay, that's all.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry, my computer glitched out there for a sec, so
Yeah.
Fixed it. Anything I need to be caught up on, or
I don't think so.
okay?
Deep canon was
Never
never
pretend
cared about to this widespread a degree until it became something YouTubers could farm hate clicks off of by sticking.
Sorry.
Bob, don't conflate every aspect of your opposition with the worst aspect of your opposition. That is what's known as a straw man. And yes, I am aware that those straw people actually do exist, but they are buried several times over by the people who don't fit your straw man. And for a long time, those straw men didn't even exist. It's only been recently that the people who used to know better have fallen into the trap of being straw men. Anyway.
I was trying to think. Well, I moved it back so I could say that again because I didn't intend it to be played yet.
Okay.
So. But also, isn't he just describing what he does?
No, he's describing what people like Geeks and Gamers, Nerdrotic, and like Mahler do. Or he's trying to. But the problem is, number one, for a long time, those people weren't as strawman-ish as they are now. And for another thing, even now, those strawman YouTubers aren't even the majority of the people who are opposing him. There are still people who can tell the difference between social justice and the people who social justice claims to advocate for. It just so happens that certain aspects of the anti-SJW community have fallen into the trap of embracing the straw man rather than being self-aware enough to still fight it. Anyway. Because they've been fighting the battle for too long.
Anyway. Yeah.
Banana.
Canon was never pretend cared about to this widespread a degree until it became something YouTubers could farm hate clicks off of by sticking a black woman's face on a thumbnail with some yellow boldface text. So no, I'm not accusing you of being a racist if you're not crazy stoked for Amazon's Lord of the Rings TV show. I mean, if you're not stoked...
Okay, again, Bob, those people... Huh?
Isn't he though? Like that's kind of the whole point of this video, isn't it?
Kind of. He is. I mean, I applaud him for at least trying to make the distinction. So fair enough.
Either way, he's just wildly inconsistent for my taste.
Yeah, but the issue I take is the "we shouldn't care about this at all" point that he made earlier. That was what really got my goat earlier because he's already starting from a flawed premise there. Even if he is trying to make a distinction between the straw man that he wants to believe his opposition is entirely made out of and the other people, he's still operating under a false assumption that you can't take geek culture things or canon seriously, which is bullshit. And by the way, Bob, genuine nerds have always cared about canon, because that's sort of what we do. I mean, we're the people who literally define the parameters of the canon to begin with. And Tolkien himself was enough of a mythology and folklore nerd that he cared about the canon, Bob. So, Lord of the Rings is one of the first, like, explicitly canon-focused IPs, period. So, unless you want to argue with the ghost of J.R.R. Tolkien on this one, Bob, no, Bob. Nerds care about canon, and they always have, and they always will, for as long as they are nerds. That's one of the keystones of what it is to be a nerd. And Tolkien was one of the first authors that was a nerd writing for other nerds, specifically a mythology nerd writing for other mythology nerds. Like, that's explicitly what he was trying to do. He was trying to craft a modern day English sort of panacea mythology that combined all the other aspects of, like, cultures that had an impact on English culture. Be it the Anglo-Saxons, be it the Norsemen, be it the Normans, be it the Celts, etc. So, yeah, not only are you wrong just in general, but in this case, you're so wrong you'd have to actually argue with J.R.R. Tolkien on this one.
Right. Anyway.
Banana.
Banana.
For Amazon's Lord of the Rings TV show, don't watch Amazon's Lord of the Rings TV show. But if your sight unseen, show unwatched response to the concept of it so far is negative and outrage beyond the point of, I don't know, well, that just doesn't look like something I want to watch, or not really grabbing me, honestly, I'm a little suspicious, because I don't see what the big fucking problem is supposed to.
Bob.
Idiot, right? That I think that's what we can agree on.
Bob. So your argument is people shouldn't have detailed criticism with the way something is being advertised. Even though the entire point of advertisement is to sell someone something, if we have any detailed descriptions as to why that's not working, we're bad people, apparently. According to your framework, Mr. Chipman.
I'm not gonna lie. Just watching this makes me want to just skip to the Black Adam trailer and read the comics I got.
I don't blame you.
Just because they're so much better than this.
How far are we in anyway?
6 minutes and 10 seconds.
Okay.
No. Chrononauts here.
Hi, Chrono.
Anyway, we got a little bit more, like 4 minutes, I guess. Well, less than that, but.
All right. We can do it. Banana.
Because I don't see what the big fucking problem is supposed to be otherwise. Now look, folks, I know my Lord of the Rings. I'm not like Stephen Colbert up in here, but I know it, all right? And I know the canon. I just don't care about it because the canon beyond the main books really is not that. You're going to get mad at me.
Bob, you are a disingenuous fuckwit. If you know why people are upset, you can't just hand wave away why people are upset. Because you might not find the canon to be that interesting, but you know what? A bunch of people up to and including the guy who fucking made it did. Especially considering that the entire mission statement of the series was to make a modern-day panacea mythology for all of England, Bob. Like, that was the explicit goal of Tolkien that he explicitly stated for all the world to see, Bob. He wanted to combine aspects of ancient British mythology from various different cultures and produce a piece of modern mythology for the British Empire, Bob. That was his explicit goal. So, if you are going to sit here and tell me that a professor of linguistics, literature, and mythology creating a universalist version of English mythology was somehow the most uncompelling part of the very same mythology he tried to create, you're gonna have to argue not just with the fan base, Bob, but with the ghost of Mr. J.R.R. Tolkien, because this is the part of the story Tolkien actually found to be the most interesting. He wrote The Hobbit as a fairy tale to entertain his children. He wrote Lord of the Rings as his version of an old school epic, but he wrote everything else to literally be the backdrop for modern mythology, Bob. So, again, if you're disagreeing with the importance of that canon, you're disagreeing with the entire reason why the entire story exists. You disingenuous fuck. Also, to be a geek is to care about canon. Period. To be a nerd is to care about canon. Period. Especially with regards to this, because again,
Dalton?
this was by nerds for nerds. It was one of the very first by nerds for nerds mythologies or IPs ever made.
Or not, Bob is not competent. He is telling, not showing.
Well, that's because his video graphic software isn't working. I'm not going to judge him too hard for that. Anyway, Banana.
You're gonna get mad at me, fine, fuck off. But the canon, I'm not saying it's bad. It's not like badly made up mythology. It's fascinating as mythos and background. It's deeply thought out. It's really cool that Tolkien put all this work into it. It's what makes it deep and rich and interesting and deep dive and whatnot. Less so as literature. Tolkien was a philologist and historian.
Sorry.
Okay, fuck you, Bob. You're literally passing judgment on Tolkien.
He has no respect for anything.
You, Bob Chipman, are going to sit here and pass judgment on Tolkien.
Now, okay.
So much so that if anyone tries to build an argument based on the lore contained within said Tolkien, you're going to dismiss them out of hand without a second thought. Fuck you, Bob.
I mean, okay, so full disclosure, nothing against General Tolkien, obviously. I've said this before, like, I've tried to get into Lord of the Rings and stuff. But when I tried to read, like, The Hobbit, it was The Fellowship of the Ring. When I tried to read that book, I just couldn't get into it. And, it's... That's probably on me and my taste. But I have respect for it simply because it is a hallmark of fantasy, and also, what's the word? Like, you can just respect the creativity and effort put into the project,
Mm-hmm. Again, it's an act of proper literature.
Yeah.
Probably one of the last acts of proper literature in the entire 20th century, if we're being entirely honest.
Okay. Corona, in his effort here, he is telling, not showing in his BSing.
Yes. But in any case, Bob, wrong. If you can't have it both ways, and this is why I'm not even going to call him an idiot here. I think it's just cognitive dissonance, because he simultaneously admits that the lore is interesting, but he just doesn't want to contend with it as a subject matter for argumentation. Is the issue. And Bob, you can't simultaneously have the lore to be interested in and not have to contend with it being used in arguments, because given the subject matter under discussion is Lord of the Rings, people are going to use the lore of Lord of the Rings, the in-universe logic of Lord of the Rings, to have arguments with it. Just like if we were talking about Greek mythology, we would be arguing within the context of Greek mythology. And you can't just hand wave away pieces of bits and pieces of a given mythology when it's not convenient for you to argue with. You either have the lore full stop, which means you have to contend with all of it, or you don't have the lore. And you want to have it both ways. Fucking cognitive dissonance at its finest.
Okay, 3 more minutes.
Banana.
Less so as literature. Tolkien was a philologist and historian first, and novelist second, and he got the novelist part really right twice when it came to The Hobbit and the Lord of the Rings trilogy. The Silmarillion and the appendices and the other stuff that he never actually finished anyway, not.
Oh my god. Just that tone with that voice as you're saying that. Yeah, no, Chrono. This is malice from someone in yeah.
Yeah, Bob. Again, his main goal wasn't even Lord of the Rings or The Hobbit. Those were basically side projects. His main goal was to create modern day mythology. And he did. Which means you're basically looking at the end goal of what Tolkien wanted to do and saying everything relating to that direct end goal was unimportant. It was these 2 side projects that were actually the good stuff. Yeah, no, fuck you, Bob.
God, that makes me angry.
Yeah, it's
And again, I'm not the biggest fan of Tolkien's work, but I respect his work.
Honestly, I think one of the things that gets in Tolkien's way is his overly wordiness.
I mean, to be fair, you could say that about a lot of early 20th century writers.
I mean, he's nothing compared to Lovecraft. Lovecraft takes the cake with regards to being overly wordy. And I love Lovecraft, don't get me wrong, but Lovecraft is a wordy son of a bitch.
C.S. Lewis, the Narnia series.
Yeah, C.S. Lewis is the weakest of the 3, to be honest, because C.S. Lewis couldn't put down the Bible long enough to tell an interesting story.
I mean, the movies themselves I found more interesting. I tried to read the first book of the series, which I understand The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe was not the first story of that series, but I don't know. It's just, again, it's like the weird thing is like older books cannot really grab me.
Well, with C.S. Lewis, the problem is, again, he simultaneously understood that moral busybodying wasn't a good thing, and yet felt the need to sledgehammer Christianity into people's brains every time they read Narnia.
Either way.
That's why of the 3, I would put Tolkien first, then Lovecraft, and then C.S. Lewis.
I think there were some others, but I can't remember them. I don't think I've ever checked out their work.
Point being is, I think a large part of the problem is Tolkien was overly wordy, which granted he was a literature professor, a linguist, so he's allowed to be freaking wordy if he wants to be wordy. But I'm just saying, for those that have a hard time getting into Tolkien because of the wordiness, I would recommend just watching some lore videos, because the lore itself, when divested from the wordiness, is interesting in and of itself.
Yeah. Anyway. Banana?
Yeah. Banana.
So much. No. It's an interesting read. There's interesting bones of stuff in there, but it's not something that you were ever going to adapt into, like a working narrative, which is, part of why they didn't. The other part being that they're not allowed to in the first place, which is why the show is what.
No, the main reason the show is what the show is, Bob, is not even the rights issues. The main reason the show is what the show is, Bob, is because for some reason, even though they knew they wanted to cast majority people of color, even though they knew they wanted to address parts of the story that weren't addressed before, even though they knew they wanted to tell a social justice through oppressor and oppressed story, as is social justice's want, they didn't, for some reason, know enough or care enough about the lore of Tolkien to know that they had a blank check to do exactly that if they had only adapted the stories of the Blue Wizards redeeming the Easterlings from Melkor's grasp. That is a story that would have been majority people of color. It would have involved two wizards that had not been put to screen yet, and therefore could have been designed however the fuck you wanted them. You could even made them look like shamans for all anyone cared. And it would have still made sense as long as they still wore like blue robes and carried staffs because, mechanically necessary for in-universe logic. But you could have had your entirely people of color story entirely about oppressor and oppressed because Melkor versus the Easterlings. And you could have had two new wizards that had never been adapted before that you could have had carte blanche to design however the fuck you wanted to design them. Again, within the restrictions of blue robes, long beards, and staff. But instead of doing any of that, they wanted to subvert existing lore, which they didn't even, as you say, have the rights to. And so now they're having to do a half-ass with inside a half-ass with inside a half-ass, rather than simply cash the blank check they were already handed by the vagaries of the lore.
Right.
Banana.
Yeah, one sec. I can move the ones. I'd say 2.5 minutes left, I think.
Okay, banana.
What it's going to be. The Tolkien estate just isn't going to let you make the Silmarillion straight up if you wanted to. And if they did, look, have you read the Silmarillion? Because I have.
Our story begins with the creation of Middle-earth, as recounted in the Ainulindale and the Valaquenta. Behold Melkor, proudest of the Ainu.
Look, Pat, we gotta speed this up.
Not.
Ah, fuck you, Bob. You're talking about a creation myth, Bob. Are creation myths uninteresting? Because almost every mythology book to ever be written begins with any given culture's creation myth because it is usually one of the most interesting myths in a given mythology. And after that, you're talking about the Age of Heroes, wherein like massive world-changing battles are constantly being raged at any given interval. Like a war so great that it literally changes the shape of the world from a flat disc to a round sphere. I'm not even fronting. Like that is literally a battle in a battle in the Silmarillion. It's a battle so severe, and the beings in it, the Valar, the gods of Middle Earth, are so powerful that in the course of their fighting, they literally changed the shape of the Earth from a flat disc to a round sphere. That is why the Earth is round in Tolkien's mythos. It was flat once, and then the gods had a massive battle over it so severe that it literally warped the shape of it. How is that not interesting, Bob?
Yeah, to be fair, I've read a few creations myths myself, and when I've ever been able to be honest, they're more interesting than even like the end of world myths.
Yeah, the apocalypses.
I mean, to be fair, it's just like those apocalypses. It's always ends the same. The world ends up destroyed or something. I mean, Ragnarok is a bit interesting simply because it's not really an end as so much as a restart.
Yeah, it's a rebirth of a new cycle. But point being, and then of course you've got the various treasures like the Silmarils themselves, like the various things being manufactured by Dorian and his folk, etc., etc., etc. And you've got your love stories like Beren and Luthien. You've got your eldritch monsters like Ungoliant, the Spider of Chaos that even Iluvatar apparently feared.
Anyway, I'm sorry, Don. I don't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, but Anna, I'm just saying, how myopic do you have to be to not find any like adaptable material in the entire Silmarillion?
Not even not even an adaptation, but a good starting point to base a story off of.
Yeah, like you could do a mini series on just about every, like, each individual aspect of this.
Yeah, it's
like
so weird. Anyway, again, we just think it's almost
banana.
So
Banana.
As many times as I've read the good Lord of the Rings stuff, but I've read it, and the only way this was ever going to work was if they did it as like some esoteric, super artsy Fantasia type thing, like maybe Fantasia mashed up with the nonverbal parts of Tree of Life. Now, I would love that. I would think that would be like very cool.
You don't know. You don't enjoy shit, man.
He contradicted himself within one sentence again. Bob, you just got through saying that this was basically unfilmable, and now you just pitched an idea of how exactly it could be filmable, and now you're saying you would be on board if someone tried to film the thing that you just said was unfilmable and boring.
Okay, so Chrononauts.
Cognitive dissonance. My name is Bob Chipman.
Okay, Chrononauts says some things. Why not just say it as it is? Bob is a hack, no talent. And how hard is it to write Lord of the Rings? I mean, that last one, I feel like that is a whole debate that, again, we just don't have time for.
It's a lot harder than Peter Jackson made it look. That's why I'm not even so angry at him for The Hobbit. Although, I will say the 1977 Hobbit is still the superior version of the Hobbit story.
So the first one, I don't want to come off as an asshole or like.
It's important to actually address his arguments and the things that he actually does wrong. It's one thing to acknowledge that a piece of machinery is broken. It's another thing entirely to figure out how and why, and it's another thing still to try and fix it.
Yeah.
And any idiot can say, well, the machine stopped working. It takes someone with actual thought to go through and itemize how and why.
Right. It's actually kind of an issue I have with a lot of things. Is like when I see so many videos talking about how something is bad, and no one really offers. It's like when I always try to watch like rewrite videos. No one really does. Yeah, like no one ever really tries to. Okay, it's bad. Give an idea on how it can be better. You know.
Yeah.
So I'm working on that Red versus Blue fan fiction.
Yeah, explain the hows and whys and offer alternatives, please.
Yeah,
that's why I always try to address the arguments in detail. Also, because no matter how much of an asshole someone is, you're never supposed to address the person making the argument. You're always supposed to address the argument itself.
Anyway.
Banana.
1 sec. Banana.
Stuff that would not be a several $100 million movie production or thing on Amazon. That was never going to happen.
Why not?
I would love it. Not going to happen.
Why
From
not,
a TV
Bob?
producer perspective, if you're trying to make a Lord of the Rings show and someone comes to you and they say, okay, what else is the general audience that needs to watch a show?
Oh, you know what? There's also another thing.
Okay, Bob. I'll pad this out for you because you appear to be this dense. Episode 1, Creation Myth of Arda. Episode 2, Tragedy of Melkor. Episode 3, The Shining Lamps. Episode 4, The End of the Lamps. Episode 5, The Birth of the Two Trees. Episode 6, Years of the Trees. Episode 7, The Birth and Rise of Feanor. Episode 8, The Crafting and Wars of the Silmarils. Episode 9, The Snake in the Garden, to make a literal biblical metaphor. Episode 10, The Death of the Trees. Like, the story writes itself, Bob, and it's a fucking almost biblical epic by its very nature. Because that's exactly how it is fucking written. There are many, many characters from the Valar and Maiar themselves to, again, Melkor as kind of a tragic villain, to Galadriel and the early Noldor elves, to Feanor himself, to even Ungoliant as this like eldritch, almost Lovecraftian entity of chaos and darkness on the fringes of the world that could be so interesting.
Don't.
I know, but banana.
Right, sec. Banana.
Like this, remember about this property from those movies they saw, because that's what most people know of Lord of the Rings at this point, and it's the reason to make the show. Yeah, if the pitch is, hey, do you remember the opening of the first movie when they show you all the other rings and all those other guys? You know, the 7 for the dwarf lords and the halls of stone, the 3 for the elves, the 9 for the.
Okay. Before I feel like you're gonna say something. Don't. I also had my own idea of kind of a show related to the Lord of the Rings property. Why not, like, what about parts of the lore that technically aren't filled in?
Again, Easterlings.
Right. Also, wasn't there like an age or like a city, an age that fell?
You're talking about Numenor, I think.
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah, the continent of Numenor, the first kingdom of men that Melkor misled so badly that Eru Ilúvatar let it sink beneath the waves rather than let it continue to corrupt mankind.
There was a YouTuber who pitched a rewrite of the Shadow of War games that were in that were in that era. It's actually really interesting, and I like that. It was really cool.
Yeah, but you could have easily done a Silmarillion style show, either following Feanor as the main character, the guy who makes the actual fucking Silmarils, or follow Melkor as the main character and have it be the fall of a tragic villain. Because he literally is basically Lord of the Rings meets Paradise Lost, because that's exactly what Melkor's story is. And then again, you have the battles of unnumbered tears, the battle that broke the world. I forget some of the other names of the battles, but there are significant battles. You could basically have it be high fantasy, like even higher fantasy Game of Thrones, but with like ancient gods, stroke archangels, and or like mythical beings at play.
Godot says maybe someone should write a better version. Probably not me, man.
And again, you could have also done a Lord of the Rings show that focused specifically on the Easterlings.
Either that or
the Blue Wizards. If you truly wanted to tell a social justice story with Lord of the Rings, just call it like the wandering of the Blue Wizards or something. Or hell, just call it Men of the East.
Okay.
Fine.
All right. Chrononaut says I could save it, but I'd have to charge a whole lot. Chrononaut in charge of Lord of the Rings.
No.
I mean, a part of me is curious to see what they would have.
No. Because Chrono's approach to creating things, while it is unique, involves pulling things out of his ass, and Lord of the Rings is lore focused.
Okay.
And Chrono doesn't like being bound to lore shit, so no.
Yeah, and again, I probably, just because on the mounting things I would have to do for research, and it would take up too much of my time that I could devote to other projects. And also, I have like 6 rewrites I'm already working on.
No, Bruno, no.
Anyway, we really got to finish this video.
Banana.
Banana.
The 9 of the humans that turn into the guys on the horses. Yeah, okay. Whatever happened to all those people? Because we only see them for a few minutes, a couple seconds really, but it seems like they were important. You know, it's called The Lord of the Rings, and they had the rings, plural, in that title. Whatever happened to them?
I mean, yeah, it would be an interesting story. Is that what this show's supposed to be about?
I mean that's supposed to be what the show's about. What it's actually about in the context of the actual show is Galadriel is a girl boss and a warrior because fuck me reasons, and she has a personal vendetta against Sauron because fuck me reasons, and so she is going to now pout as the other elves are led astray by Sauron, and he is going to make the rings in the background while she's pouting. Because fuck me reasons.
Chronon says, since when, and I am insulted.
Look, Chrono, I love your creative pitches, I do, but they usually involve pulling shit out of your ass. And you can and whenever I suggest doing more research so that it can be more founded in the lore, you tend to just wander off script again. So you can't do things with Lord of the Rings because especially with Lord of the Rings because it very much is reliant on the lore.
Right. Corona, this is easy. British history, use its ancient past and look at the timeline. I want a long one hanging on the wall, and those is better. You're upset over Dresden. I feel like that's a conversation you guys have had.
You do it with everything. Even your Harry Potter stuff is only vaguely Harry Potter based, and you know it.
I like for the best, honestly.
Well, yes, because Harry Potter is a very shitty franchise. But
Anyway.
point being, most of Chrono's IPs have to do with making up a Gary Stu character and then having them on the fringes of any given lore that he's addressing.
Anyway. And if you guys want to hash this out, I would recommend either after the show or somewhere else, just because, again, time-wise, we just...
Banana.
Yeah, that sounds like a show. Like, that's a pitch I'd pick up if I'm a TV executive. Yeah, that makes sense. You know, it's an extremely logical line of decision-making from a business of television perspective. It's a little bit Game of Thrones, but it's also the Star Wars prequels, except no little kid, and Darth Vader is 9 guys. Here, Cash!
Okay, so I have... Speaking as a guy who's thought about, like, working in the television and film industry in terms of pitches, okay, fine. There is a good pitch. Not going to deny that. So here's the thing. Especially with modern day Hollywood and television culture and all that, right? Or the industry, right? There are good concepts, always. The major issue is the execution that is always piss poor, which creates an inferior product.
Okay, yeah, there's that.
Yeah.
Secondly, the Nazgul aren't Darth Vader, my dude. They're not even analogous to Darth Vader. Not at all. Not at all. I don't know where you pulled that out of. If anything, Sauron is Darth Vader. And honestly, come to think of it, if you wanted to do a story that was literally called The Fall of Sauron, which involved Melkor corrupting Myron, which was Sauron's original name, into falling to into darkness, you could do that, and it would also be a pretty damn good adaptation of the First Age or so, because here's the thing. Remember how I pointed out that in the Lord of the Rings universe, magic was dying in the Third Age? Well, that was true equally of both good magic and evil magic, because Sauron used to be overpowered as fuck. Like, dude literally invented both vampires and werewolves in the First Age, Middle Earth. He later loses the power to create or to transform into a werewolf or a vampire, but for a while there, yeah, Sauron literally invented vampires and werewolves in the Lord of the Rings universe. And again, you could actually do a reasonably good villain backstory for Sauron, because his whole thing is, I just want the world to be efficient. I just want things to run well. And then along comes Melkor, twisting his desires into, well, everything would run more efficiently if we controlled it together, wouldn't it, Sauron? And then along he goes down the path of evil.
Right. Chrononaut. And they have no clue on introducing or developing characters. I think it was that's reference to what I had said earlier.
Yeah, he was adding to something you said.
Yeah. Yeah, that's completely true. I will say that is, when I write, that is somewhat an issue for me, to introduce characters. Like, in plotting wise, it's a bit hard to, just because, like, so. Well, that and actual pacing of a story is also, like, my biggest issue. Because I prefer kind of a slow burn, but sometimes I worry I drag it out too much.
Yeah.
But if I try to speed it up, and it could come off as
rushing.
Yeah. So.
And this is why it's useful for him to have a sort of secondary pair of eyes to look at things. Hi.
Yeah. Anyway, we got like 30 more seconds. So.
Yeah. Banana.
Let's it. I think the trailers for it look fine. I don't know, it's like blowing me away, but it looks like a TV show based on Lord of the Rings. If you showed me this with no context and I didn't do this for a living and asked me, what does this look like? I'd say, yeah, it looks like a Lord of the Rings TV show. Okay, yeah, I'll watch that. Elf chick looks hot.
You did not just call Galadriel the elf chick.
My God, he's one of the most disingenuous fuckwits ever.
Galadriel is one of the most powerful mortal characters in the entire Legendarium. What the actual fuck?
Are elves technically mortal?
In the like broadest sense, in that they were like physical beings created by Iluvatar, yes. Okay, it's just if I remember correctly, they have extended lifespans, right? Yeah, no, they're immortal in relation to like men and dwarves and other beings, but compared to the Valar or the Maiar, they're very, very mortal. Okay. I just wanted to double check on that. Yeah, but no, it's just like, I mean, again, he's not wrong. Like with what it's kind of similar to what we said about the trailers, is that they're not really gripping or engaging, which in and of itself should be kind of a bad sign, considering that the original trilogy of movies was made 20 odd years ago, and the Hobbit trilogy was made like 10 odd years ago, and they have Amazon's fuck you money to play with, and they couldn't manage to make something as interesting or as compelling as those. Again, I will say that it does not look like a Lord of the Rings show. That is It doesn't, and it also, and even the characters that are supposed to be from the original Lord of the Rings, like Galadriel, don't register as Galadriel because, again, they turned a powerful elven sorceress whose main powers are preservation, healing, manipulation, and her own beauty, and turned her into frickin' Xena Warrior Princess slash Buffy the Vampire Slayer, which
But,
again
but
in elven culture is considered primitive and lower class.
even if they did that, it wouldn't have worked if they turned her into like a Xenomorph princess or the Buffy the Vampire Slayer. It wouldn't have worked because they didn't add the depth that those characters have.
Yeah, no, her two modes are pissed off and bored in the show.
At least what I've gathered from the trailers. I haven't seen the show, but you have.
But no, it carries through in the show. Her two modes are pissed off and bored.
Of course. Anyway, shall we?
Banana.
Dwarves look fun. I always love dwarves in these things. The dwarves always rule. There's monsters, armies of guys fighting each other, people jumping around with weapons. Like it's kind of what I want in one of these. Then you tell me, oh, we're going to tell you the backstory. We're going to do the Second Age, which even Tolkien only ever vaguely wrote stuff down about.
Okay, that's it. Finish it. Whatever thoughts you have left.
Bob, Tolkien wasn't vague about the Second Age, my dude. That's Forging of the Silmarils, the Kinslaying, Oath of Feanor, the death of the two trees by way of Ungoliant and Melkor, the various wars for the Silmarils, the Battle of Unnumbered Tears, the birth of the dragons. Like I could go like I could go down an entire timeline of the Second Age if I felt like it. What part of I'm questioning your definition of vague, if that's what you think vague is. Like Glaurung, the father of all dragons, being born, not exactly vague.
Right. Sorry, I mean, like, if you have anything else to say, please.
No, it's just he's being disingenuous again.
And at some point, we will come back to this. It's just, again, we got things already lined up for next week and possibly the week after.
Time. So, yeah.
So now to end on something more positive, at least for me. I don't know about Dalton. The new Black Adam trailer that came out, I believe, Friday.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this Black Adam trailer, shall we Shazam Nana?
No. We shall Shazam, and you will never speak of that again.
I'm sorry, I wanted to say it once just to get a reaction out of you. Like, hey, I have to deal with your puns, okay?
Fair play.
Yeah.
Shazam.
Yeah, 1 sec. Let me get the tab, and yeah, Shazam.
My son sacrificed his life to save me. These powers are not a gift, but a curse. Born out of rage.
I really hope they at least explain how those two things are related, because I'm still confused.
Again, I think they're combining like the classic Golden Age origin with the New 52 version, or they might be basing off the New 52 version origin of Black Adam.
I forget how those two are different.
Well, his son was chosen to be a champion of Shazam.
Oh, okay.
But he killed his. Again, it's been a while since I've seen a video on the origin.
Okay, so he ended up killing his son and taking the power.
Yes. Although I don't
Okay,
know. I don't know if they're going to do that here, but it's either that
Yeah.
or they stick with the golden age where he did get. Although again, it does look.
But the way it looks is somehow his son being sacrificed results in him having the power. So I don't. But then again, his son also looks fairly human and mortal when he's dying. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Unless there's some kind of blood magic going on, but I don't.
Well, it's either okay. So it's either the New 52 one or the original one, which I believe is he was the chosen champion of the Wizard, but due to
He went rogue.
yeah, because I believe he saw the injustices of his people and decided to.
He essentially went mad with power.
Was it mad with power, or did he just make?
No, he went mad with power because he used to be a slave, and once he realized he had the
Right.
power to take revenge on people, he took revenge on people.
So kind of like the inverse of Moses.
Well, or the inverse of Captain America.
Yeah,
So, like
that makes sense.
like Captain America if the one big dude had been Captain America.
Yeah. Again, I like how it looks. It's very comic booky. Like the colors and stuff.
Yeah, they're finally leaning into the weirder side of DC.
Yeah.
Finally.
One thing is like some scenes, and you might hate me for this, Dalton.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of remind me of like Michael Bay's visual style a bit, but not as egregious.
I mean, I hope you're wrong. I really hope you're wrong.
Not like the overt like explosions or anything like that. I mean, like just more so like the color grading.
Right. Which I guess, given The Rock is largely behind this, that makes sense. Kind of. He wants to frame everything as action packed as possible because.
Well, okay, no. What I mean is like again the color grading, like it's saturated, it's colorful. Like say what you want about Michael Bay's like filmmaking, specifically like in writing, I think is kind of a major issue with him.
Mm-hmm.
But the visuals aren't like super bad. At least they're colorful. Like again, that's a whole issue that we see nowadays in a lot of other movies. But so
anyway, Shazam.
Nana, I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm so tempted to do that. It's just funny because I get that reaction out of you.
Shame on you.
Hey, I deal with your jokes, like your poor jokes and your puns. Okay, you don't get to say shit to me.
Fair enough. Shazam.
Yeah. 1 sec. Okay, there we go.
So I'm out to them. This loose cannon needs to be locked down before innocent people start getting hurt.
Yeah, I like just how they show the powers. Like the real impact and weight, and also just how
everything is impactful and weighty, but it doesn't leave a mark on him because invulnerability is a bitch, don't you know?
Yeah. Can I not put pineapple emojis?
I think he's suggesting we switch to pineapples instead of bananas.
I don't like pineapple.
Okay, that's odd. I guess that's my equivalent to the various dietary things.
Why?
Because pineapple's awesome.
No, fuck you. Pineapple sucks. It's too sweet.
What?
Yeah, it's too sweet. Also, I don't like it on pizza. So, pizza's like my favorite food. So, that's also a reason why I don't like it. and I avoid it.
I mean, I suppose. I mean, pineapple. I don't mind pineapple on pizza,
You're
but
dead
it is
to
an
me.
acquired
You are
taste.
dead to me, Dalton. You hear me?
Well, it's a good thing I'm a necromancer then. I could be undead to you.
I don't know, man. It's not like, honestly, I've kind of given up on fruits due to like the weirdness of like every time I try to eat something, eat a fruit, I end up biting into
Oh, that's right. You just don't like fruits in general. I forgot that was one of your things.
yeah, just every time I try to eat like a fruit, I end up either biting into like a brown spot or it's rotten or something. I don't know.
So somebody cursed your fruit exposure, I guess.
I just need to eat more vegetables, honestly.
I actually eat probably more fruit than I even should. So that's one of those ways in which we're opposite that works for some reason.
More seeds and seedless. Oh, I hate that seedless shit, man. Oh, my grandfather does. He hates seedless, like that, like the genetically altered fruit, like watermelons and stuff, man.
I mean, with watermelons, it's more noticeable. I don't notice it quite as much with other things. Like my big thing is I prefer seedless peaches or anything with the giant stone in the middle.
Right.
It's just like why doesn't someone splice this out? I know some of them still have to have the seeds in so we can continue to have these, but still.
Right. Anyway, back to the trailer.
Shazam.
Yeah, one sec. Also, I do want to point out, I like how Rock is not just playing the Rock here.
Yeah, he's being very serious.
Yeah. Although, I don't know.
Black Adam will fuck you up.
Yeah. Although, I don't know if we didn't have The Rock, which is weird to think about because I don't really think anyone else could really play Black Adam.
Yeah, no, he's the only person who I would cast as this, at least in this generation. In the previous generation, I might consider guy who starred with The Rock in Predator, the guy who he did the bro handshakes with.
You mean Schwarzenegger? You said The Rock in the Predator.
Or yeah, I meant the guy who was opposite Arnold in
Carl Weathers, and I believe he also played Apollo Creed in the Rocky movies.
Yeah, he would have been a good casting for Black Adam.
Right. Anyway, shall we?
Or who was the guy who played Simon Phoenix in
Wesley Snipes.
Simon Phoenix in
It was Wesley Snipes. It's one of my favorite. It's one of my favorite movies.
Demolition Man.
Yeah.
There we go. I couldn't think of the word. But yeah, he also might have been a decent casting, although he would have had to bulk up quite a bit.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, shall we?
Shazam.
He's been asleep for 5,000 years.
You find us a cell that can hold him, we'll take it.
Okay.
Who's on the team?
This is the only passport. This is the only problem I have with this movie so far. I really, really wanted it to be a golden age period piece, and Viola Davis's Amanda Waller being there means it's not a period piece, and that makes me sad.
Right. That's fair. I'm still happy that we get the Justice Society at least. I do feel like they are taking more inspiration from the New 52 Earth 2 comics. Somewhat.
Yeah, I don't know what their origin is going to be though, because apparently in this version the League came first, which is completely backwards.
To be fair, it's weird.
Although to be fair, I mean Dr. Fate is a lot older than he should be, so maybe they are going to say that that the Justice Society has been doing this longer than the League has.
Yeah, again, it's the whole continuity problem with DC that has it. While it's made good movies,
I mean, we finally got the Justice Society, so I'm not complaining as much as I otherwise would be. But still,
I will say,
they do seem to be doing the smart thing, and that's making Dr. Fate the main character of the Justice Society, which I appreciate.
Chrononaut says he wouldn't have either one, Carl Weathers or Wesley Snipes as Black Adam, because none of them have the feel of the character.
Again, I think Carl Weathers could have done it, and probably Wesley Snipes as well.
I mean, I have to agree with Chrono. I think Carl Weathers just has too much of a nice guy, kind of more charismatic.
Well, but I mean, so does The Rock normally, so he'd have to.
No, okay, that's fair, but I don't think he can really get rid of that, because even when he plays like villain characters or antagonist characters, Carl Weathers, he just has too much like charisma, like to the point where he can't even be intimidating.
I mean that's fair. Although again, that's why my second choice was Wesley Snipes, because he's good at being the bad guy. Although again, he'd have to bulk up a fuck of a lot to play.
What is it, Black Lightning? You know what? I could see that. Anyway.
Shazam.
Shazam.
I didn't bring a passport.
We don't need passports. We're the Justice Society.
There's a war going on outside. We ain't safe.
Black Adam, we're here to negotiate your peaceful surrender.
Heard about it. These three killers this afternoon.
Okay, this is a weird thing with me, but the Brownstone, like the headquarters of the JSA, it's just giving me X-Mansion vibes for some reason.
Because of the subterranean jet launch thing.
That, and also it does look like the X-Mansion a bit.
I mean, yeah. I would have probably used the Tower of Fate, especially because Dr. Fate is like the main character for the Justice Society, apparently, which again gets all sorts of thumbs up from me. But yeah, if you're gonna make Dr. Fate the leader de facto, then use the Tower of Fate as your headquarters.
It's the Justice Society. It just kind of makes sense that it would have. I believe it is called Brownstone, right?
I think so, but yeah.
I'm going off the JSA from the Smallville.
Yeah.
Which is my best knowledge of the JSA in terms of media. So,
I mean, yeah, they were. Again, it's a golden age superhero team, so they're more like super mobsters than they are superheroes necessarily, but or super adventurers rather than superheroes. But that's neither here nor there. I just think that since the writers very obviously seem to be on the Dr. Fate hype train, which is the appropriate train to be on, by the way, but since they seem to be on the Dr. Fate hype train, it would make the most sense for them to use the tower as their headquarters.
Right. Anyway.
Plus, it would be really nice to finally fucking see the Tower of Fate in live action for once.
Shall we?
Shazam.
I'm not peaceful. Nor do I surrender. Here we go. I kneel before no.
I'm just. I got nothing to say. I'm really excited about this.
Yeah, I'm interested. I mean, it's a Black Adam versus JSA movie. I'm obviously going to, and Dr. Fate is basically the de facto leader of the JSA. So I'm.
And also, like, it does seem like the actors that at least get speaking roles here are having a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm having a good time with this so far. So They'd have to really, really, really screw it up
I
to
do
not
wish we got to.
make me
I
happy.
do wish we could see more of Cyclone. Like we get one shot of her like using her powers to try and stop Black Adam, sure.
And honestly, though, like maybe it is because I am also familiar with the Smallville version of the JSA, but I've always thought that Hawkman was more the leader than Fate. And don't get me wrong, in my book, Fate should be the leader all the time because he's Dr. Fate. But that's neither here nor there.
He also technically would be one of the older ones, like seniority and all that.
Yeah, because repeated reincarnation and all. But
no, I mean Dr. Fate.
Oh well, yeah. Well, okay.
Okay, Hawkman. I mean, if you want to really get technical, yeah, Hawkman would be the older one, technically.
It depends because it depends on whether Naboo's age retardant magics are involved or not. Anyway, what I'm mostly interested in is how the hell are they going to try and subdue Black Adam eventually?
It does show at the beginning of the trailer that he is put into something. So it technically is showing that they do beat him somehow. I am wondering how, obviously. Yeah, like you're right. I do wonder how. But
because if I were Dr. Fate, my move would just be disenchant him because his powers come from the various gods that empower the champion. So if you just remove his powers, then he's mortal. Again.
Chrononaut says, now you breathe, Dalton. New DC boss won't let them Jared Stevens this. Jared Stevens?
The worst Dr. Fate. The one that melted down the Helm of Fate into throwing stars and then literally blew up in his face, and he used the Cloak of Destiny as a bandage.
Right. I always forget about that one.
Called himself just Fate. Because 90s.
Right.
Edgy bullshit.
Yeah. But again, I like the intensity and almost malice that The Rock has here.
Yeah, because Black Adam.
Yeah. But yeah, everyone just seems to also be having fun too, which, it's just, that's good.
Yeah, I mean, DC needs a win at this point, so let them have the win. God damn it.
Yeah, it really does.
Also, if this movie does well, I want there to be a Dr. Fate spinoff.
I want a Justice Society movie, just all themselves,
Well, that too, but honestly, I want a Dr. Fate movie. Because I never thought we would get a Dr. Fate movie, but I can almost taste it now. Because they made Dr. Fate the main character of the Justice Society, which was the right move. So now if Black Adam does gangbusters, which it's likely to do because it's The Rock playing freaking Black Adam, Dr. Fate spinoff, please. I want.
Or not, this will be a moneymaker, I think, if it can do the male thing.
What?
Okay, context for that, but either way, while we wait for his answer, let's watch a little bit more.
Shazam.
What?
You didn't come here to seek justice. You came to exact revenge.
I never said I was a hero. You believe you are not?
Now, this is really cool. And since it is a Black Adam movie, I do hope they really get into this character as well.
I mean, I'm sure they will because I'm sure The Rock insisted, but
like Top Gun. I've never seen that movie. So like Top Gun. Never seen that.
Why would this movie be anything like Top Gun?
Yeah.
I'm confused.
Yeah, more context, please.
There's nothing explicitly like male heavy about Black Adam. What they need to do is do the magic thing. They need to focus on the magic lore. Is what they
Right.
need to do. Between Black Adam and Fate, it's like if you have those two as the main characters, which they do seem to, and they don't focus on the magic lore of the DC universe, finally, I'm going to be annoyed.
Anyway,
Shazam.
one sec. Shazam.
You are not worthy. But fate does not make mistakes. You have two paths. You can be the destroyer of this world.
Hold on.
I hate to break it to you, Kent, but after you die, the Lords of Order are going to make mistakes all the frickin' time. Because the writers just don't know what to do with your character.
I'm sorry, hold on. It's just something caught my eye here.
What happened?
No, I don't like. I'm not trying to like postulate or anything, but there was some being here that caught my eye.
Okay.
There. You see that?
No. What am I looking at?
Devil dude, like that has a pentagram engraved in his chest.
I mean, there are plenty of demons they probably could pull from, and they already established the 7 in Shazam, so.
Right, but the dude's red has. I don't know. I don't know why my mind automatically went to Trigun. I mean, we don't see like a clear look at his face, obviously.
It wouldn't surprise me if there was a third act villain here for Black Adam to fight, but I don't think it'll be Trigon.
Yeah, to be fair, he's not his base Trigon, because Trigon, to my knowledge, is supposed to be like massive, like a kaiju.
Yeah, he's an elder demon, so like he has a plane unto himself. He's not even in hell with demons.
As much as he is a world-ending threat, he is more tied with like the Titans and maybe Justice League.
I think probably like maybe the Demons 3.
I don't know.
I mean, they could.
Either way, there seems to be like a lot in this movie, and I'm not complaining.
I mean, again, I want there to be a magic focus here, because between this and Shazam 2: Fury of the Gods, I want DC to finally get into their weirder shit.
The energy from the new one, focus on the story. That's what he meant by like Top Gun.
Yeah, but that's not male specifically. That's neutral.
Better way to put it, you are looking forward to this.
I mean, I want to be. I mean, at this point, I just want characters that I care about to not get screwed over. And it doesn't look like they're going to be. But I also hear that at some point in the movie, Kent is going to die, which means that any Dr. Fate movie there would be a prequel. Now, granted, Pierce Brosnan is pretty old in the movie, so they'd have to make it a Dr. Fate prequel regardless. But I just want there to be a Dr. Fate movie. We already got a Doctor Strange movie, and it wasn't very good. So I want there to be a good Dr. Fate movie.
Right. Anyway, shall we?
Shazam.
Shazam.
Or you can be its savior.
Okay, October 21st. So we're definitely reviewing this, right?
Yeah.
All right. Although we're gonna have to make room for it during October.
Or we can wait until November. That gives you a couple weeks to actually see it.
Yeah. Because honestly, I don't want to see it like I don't want to see it like day one or the week during its premiere
No.
because like it will be super crowded.
As cool as it is, and as much as they could have very easily turned it into a Halloween movie, they didn't. So.
Right. Yeah. I don't want to get like the day one because again, terrible seats, possibly terrible moviegoers as well.
Yeah.
Lines.
The guys who are kicking you in the back seat for some reason because they might be 18, but they were acting like fucking 12-year-olds or worse.
That's an insult to 12-year-olds.
True.
Anyway, yeah, no, I'm looking forward to this. I'm really intrigued. I want to. It just looks like a fun movie, and also like it's also in the month where I'm also going to be seeing another movie. Like the only movie I thought would really be of interest because I'm skipping September because there's nothing really coming out in September. Movie called Amsterdam. You know, just looks like fun.
Yeah, cool.
It's not an action movie or anything. I think it's like kind of a dark comedy thriller.
Yeah, I've heard of it. I didn't really know what it was. The last movie I was interested in was that 3,000 Years of Longing, but that apparently wasn't that good.
Yeah, I wasn't interested. It didn't like grab me. Mainly because I think it is a rom-com movie. So,
I mean, I liked it because I can tolerate the occasional rom-com, and it was George Miller, and it was about gin. So I was like, okay, I'll give it a look. But it apparently wasn't all that good.
Anyway, with that, folks, I want to say goodbye, adios, aloha, auf Wiedersehen, sayonara, peace, cheers, and
Shalom. Now fuck off.